Okay, good morning, everybody. Deal with some feedback. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a meeting this morning. Obviously, we're discussing policies, and welcome to staff members and submitters to the chamber. And thank you for coming and taking the time to submit in person. Do we have any apologies that you're all here? Good, no apologies. And do we have any urgent business? I don't think there is any. Number 4 for the declaration of interest, just would like to highlight that we councillors, you live in our district. Potentially some of you do live on streets or have family members that live on streets that are identified in the specifically in the speed management plan. We also have councillors obviously serving on community organisations that may be considered as part of the local alcohol plan. I think in this case, it's not a conflict, it's immaterial. The term is it's immaterial in the context of the scale of the plan. It doesn't represent a conflict of interest as it's no greater than public good. So just make that clear to the community that we acknowledge we live in this community and there and where we live, but that there are no conflicts of interest. So nobody else has any conflicts other than that. Cool. Can I have we just need to move on to the confirmation of minutes from the 26th of April. Have a move and second of these. Moved Councillor Sue Whiting, seconded Councillor Dane Vaughan. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carry. There's no public forum this morning. So we'll now move on to our fifth item, which is the hearing of the submissions for our speed management plan, local alcohol policy, fees and charges, policies and on remission of post-payment rates, and solid waste management and minimisation bylaw. So we'll begin with our first submitter. Oh, sorry, that's right. Just what's in front of me. Our first recommendations are that the information be received. The second one is that the council accepts any late submissions. I don't believe we've received any late submissions.
We have actually.
We have?
Received one this morning.
Righty-ho. So we will note that, and that council hears all submitters that wish to be heard. Would someone like to move that recommendation? Russell, seconded. Councillor Caleb. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Right, we'll now move on to our first submitter. Welcome. First up, Martin. Yep. So you have Martin pop up to the seat. Thank you. And it's the red light on the right-hand side. Yeah, on the speaker. Yep. That's the one. Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Morena, everyone. My name is Matamata-Piako. I'm from Te Arawa. First of all, I would like to thank Council for the opportunity to explain my submission and to answer any questions from the Council regarding my submission, if there are any. I'm aware that I only have 5 minutes, so I would like to refer to my submission in which I explain the specific traffic situation in Te Arawa and argued why it is unsafe and wherein I made some recommendations. For those who have not been able to see my submission, I commented on where Centennial Avenue, which is a 50-kilometre zone, turns into Highway 26, which is a 100-kilometre zone, obviously, and the turnoff to Tuipa Road, just 50 meters into that 100-kilometre per hour zone. One of the suggestions I've made can be drawn more broadly and applied to any state highway that goes in or out of an urban area in our district. I am aware that there's already made a suggested adjustment in the proposed speed management plan for Tuipa Road. This is due to the Tuipa Marae that's situated in Tuipa Road, but this adjustment will not make the intersection of Tuipa Road and the state highway any safer. I would like to single out one specific traffic situation simply because it shows that the proposed modification is needed. Because Tuipa Road is situated just outside the 50-kilometre per hour zone, again, only 50 meters, the area outbound, turning left into Tuipa Road can be dangerous for the following reason. The area Te Arawa outbound with the 100 km/h sign in sight, many drivers are already accelerating, while the one who wants to enter Tuipa Road has to slow down sharply, as the turnoff does not lend itself to be taken at higher speed. Also, due to how Tuipa Road and that part of Centennial Avenue are situated, the exits is hardly visible. So many drivers anticipate poorly to turning traffic. Regularly, traffic from behind has to brake sharply if I want to turn left, or are already tailgating because they are not aware that I am slowing down to make my turn, let alone show a specific finger or honking their horns. My proposal is to extend the 50 km/h zone until, for example, after the council wastewater treatment plan. Therefore, Tuipa Road, including the Marae, but also the turnoffs to the golf course, will be within the 50 km/h zone, making it safe to turn off or enter the main road, and not just for residents, but also for visitors of the golf course and the Marae. An alternative suggestion would be to turn the stretch of the highway between roughly the council wastewater treatment plant and the current start of the 50k zone to a 17 km/h zone. This speed adjustment zone will make the difference in speed, both inbound and outbound, more gradual and therefore safer. And it's more likely that incoming traffic actually enter the urban areas at speeds close to 50 km/h than the 100 km/h, which it does now, because many drivers only slow down at the 50 km/h sign when they enter a town. Funny enough, the opposite counts for a lot of outbound traffic, making sure that they actually drive 100 km/h when they pass the 100 km/h sign going out uptown. Here, it should also be considered that speed is not only about safety, but also about noise and vibration of houses. Making incoming traffic to enter urban areas at lower speeds, especially heavy loaded trucks and motorbikes, makes it a more pleasant place to live for residents of the outskirts of our towns, not to mention trucks braking on their engines. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Leah? Thank you for taking the time. Obviously, it's a highway, so we'll obviously consider that in our approach.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much
for coming in and taking the time to submit. Okay, second submitter is Jane Anderson.
I'm Jane Anderson, and I live at 16 Alexandra Road in Te Aroha West. I've been there about 15 or 16 years, and over that period of time, the traffic has increased considerably. The main problem seems to be the speed of the trucks and motorbikes going through that area. Over the past 3 years, the population there has increased with the opening of the Forge restaurant, and the dairy company is now inhabited, and the old school is now inhabited as well, and the rail trail crosses from Mace Road, and it just seems a recipe for disaster. The speed was decreased about 2-3 years ago from 70 to 60, but that is not being adhered to at all. The side effect of this is continuing vibration to the houses. My next door neighbours had to glue everything down. I think her piles got impacted, piles of the house, got impacted by the earthquake. And now that this is being exacerbated with the heavy trucks going past all the time. I've lost one cat and one dog and one dog's leg on the road. Now, that's not the truck's fault, that's my fault for having animals. But neighbours also lost animals. And sooner or later, a life is going to be lost. The exit from the Forge restaurant comes right onto the road. And over the weekend, there's going to be quite a few very young drivers. And that, again, I just envisage a truck at high speed hitting one of these kids coming out and heading towards town. I think a solution could be reducing it to 50 and also putting speed camera up, either at the restaurant or on the dairy factory. Even if you have to add a surcharge to the rates to pay for the cost of the speed camera. But I think the word would soon get round that speeds were being watched around there, and truck drivers in particular would start to slow down. I mean, they really do. They speed past at 100. We've recently put a deck on the front of our house, and we'll be out there having breakfast in the morning. Often you can't hear yourself speak because of the noise and the vibration. So it's just a case of finding some way of, we can't stop the traffic because it's part of our local industry, but we've got to find some way of slowing them down before a life is lost. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, clarification? I guess just a question, Jane, how long have you lived out on us there?
About 17 years. It's just got worse and worse. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time. Online. Okay. Perhaps should explain that we've got some submitters coming in online. So there's 9 coming in, 5 are online. So our first online submitter is Alexandra. And she's Good morning, Alexandra. We're ready for your submission online. Thank you for zooming in this morning. Can you hear us, Alexandra?
Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah, you can hear me now. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. I would like to talk about 2 streets. The first one is Coronation Street, and which is 50 kilometers per hour, what is okay, but we have the intermediate school, and at 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock, it is not a designated area for students and parents to cross. So, and it's many parents, coming to pick up the kids from other schools as well, and it's many kids crossing, and cars are coming 50 kilometers per hour, and really the kids don't have a place where they can cross. The other thing is it's more population coming from north, all the houses that are here now. So actually it will not improve with time. A zebra cross pass or a traffic light will be highly appreciated so the kids can cross, in a safety way. The other street that I want to talk today, and probably is Pinehurst Crescent, where I'm living. So if you look from your map, all the little streets that are not exit, they are 50 kilometers per hour, or at least they don't say 40. And we have in Pinehurst Crescent, we have many cars, coming really fast, and we have many kids because it's a cul-de-sac. The kids play outside. So with other parents here, we get some cones outside when the kids are playing, but actually we're still having some cars coming really fast. Yeah, and probably I'm talking as well, about all the other cul-de-sacs that have kids and the post, cars, they actually going like 60 kilometers per hour there. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexandra. Any questions for her? No? No, thank you so much for taking the time and highlighting your views and your neighbourhood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we have number 4, John Harris. Good morning, John.
Morning. I won't, Your Worship, councillors, to start. I won't bore you with going through my thing because I know you've all read it. I just look around for guilty faces. All I wanted to say was, I wrote it in a hurry because I have a habit of leaving things to the last minute and running out of time. So there are some mistakes which I found in it. Some of them should not have occurred. So I apologise profusely for that. I actually agree with the concept that council's looking at. Long since it is time it was looked at. I started to do a detailed design, which is an occupational lesson. It's not my intention. I just missed out things like the state highways simply because they're not council jurisdiction. But they are the ones like Broadway, a 30 kilometre an hour would probably speed it up because it's usually about 10 or 15 from my observations to it. So anything that I've written and haven't included the state highway, it's a given that there should be relationships with the NZTA and so that you get a composite. The other part was to make sure that you have a zone, not a road. If you start looking at individual roads, you start confusing the driver. So if you have a zone, and that's what I was trying to get through with some of my diagrams, because roads like Morehouse Street and Lord Street weren't included, yet they've got central parking, which makes them critical that you have slow traffic. So that's all my sort of papers were trying to allude to the fact. I was interested in the previous speaker's comment on Coronation Road. That sort of brings in line with the schools. I have personally been involved directly with the schools for several years, working on things like walking school buses and so forth. That's something which I believe should be continued because Morrinsville has a lack of pedestrian crossings, which a number of councillors probably are aware of that. They were removed and the streetscape was there. One got back, but that was under sort of major juries. There's a major component of school kids on the Fair Work side of Morrinsville that have no way of getting across Ellen Street and also Coronation Road, which I see is not looked at as far as the 40. My comment would be to make it 40. Because Coronation Road is a wide road, people will drive to the conditions and they will accelerate on wide roads. So, which comes to the thing is to the point that a road must appear to have a problem for a motorist, otherwise they will ignore it. Classic case in point is the Awaiti piece. I travel regularly. To ask a driver to slow down there, he'll be sort of puzzling his head trying to figure out why. I'm still puzzling trying to figure out why. If there's an accident history, especially at the two corners that are on it, then address them. But don't go using speed to calm things down when there's no visible effect. It's being done a lot now with 80Ks getting screeched out further and further. And all it does is just pollute and creates a problem elsewhere. So my sort of comment is to, if there isn't a problem, don't fix it. I have had a lot of experience where a corner has appeared to be dangerous, but no crashes. That's simply because the drivers know that it's dangerous. I've seen ones where have been repaired, but not to 100k. People assume that once you've repaired something, it's 100k, but you can't do that every time. The Craghack Gorge is a perfect example of a reduced speed limit because it's obvious. The Thames Coast, which I personally have been fighting for over 20 years to get lowered, simply to make it easier for the police to prosecute. because at the moment it's still only dangerous driving. It's the only places to overtake in the built-up areas. So my plea is to don't go into, especially some of the modern stuff, that the electronics. I believe that that's one reason why we have an increase in traffic, is that we're telling drivers what to do, and when we don't tell them what to do, they crash. So that has legal implications in the future, I'm sure of that. So with the schools, I was heavily involved with a program called Chaos at the School Gates. It is the most appropriate name ever given to a project, because most of the problems are parents, not the through traffic. A few tickets would solve that, but most schools are reluctant to go down that path. So I see in Stanley, I got the impression that they would like pedestrian crossing back. I was instrumental in removing it, because a pedestrian crossing that's not used very often is more dangerous than no pedestrian crossing, because people assume they're safe, walk on the white lines. My kids used to think if you were on the white line, you were safe, until I explained to them that everybody else is an idiot. And so, but that's the sort of thing. There was a fatality a number of years ago where an elderly person crossed over. The visibility is not good, and the lighting is poor because of all the trees. So I just, if that's their intention, I would heartily suggest that it not. The only suggestion I would have with extending hours is they extend the hours of their patrol, because it's only a few minutes before and after, and we always see kids still coming to school, but there's no patrol. So I think that's pretty much what I wanted to cover. But as I say, a lot of the people that are doing the calculations, and it's a subject which I've bandied around for probably 50 years, is that the experts use fatal and serious crashes. They do that because they're the only things that they can actually readily identify. But historically, minor crashes and non-injury crashes are simply crashes that have had a lot of luck. I've seen serious crashes where a person's walked out. I've seen serious minor crashes where the person's been killed. And it's just generally down to our luck. So those are the types of things. But the broad thing is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I just see things about proliferation of signs coming up, and people are starting to dumb down. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Perhaps before I go to Sarah Jane, would you like to, for the benefit of the councillors that don't know you, would you like to just give because you're obviously very passionate about this,
yes.
And you have I'm aware you have a career in this space, so would you just like for clarification?
For those who don't know me, I worked for this council for about 30 years. I started as a field assistant, which is the lowest form of animal life. And when I left, I was manager of Combat Consultants. I went out on my own. First of all, I knocked on doors of 3 district councils and became their road safety coordinator, the Eastern Waikato safety coordinator. And I spent a lot of time with schools. And the one thing that you've got to be careful of is the council becomes the meat in the sandwich. The schools tend to, and not aiming at people, teachers in general, but there's always agendas. They want to keep their money to spend on something else. So we have a policy, and I know it exists because I wrote it, of no dealings until the board, the education board, the school and the council got in the same room at the same time. So that you could actually work out that, yes, they did have money, and yes, it should be spent on that. It's those types of things which can save a lot of time. And we were working at schools like Whanuakati, up in the Whitianga area, and where you have real problems. And also I'm a qualified road safety auditor. I've audited multi-lane highways, everything around most of the Bay of Plenty and Waikato and elsewhere.
That's great. I think that sums it up. Now, Sarah Jane's got a question for
I'm
you.
not sure if you'll be able to answer it, John, or if it's for Niall. Have Hauraki changed their half of a Waiti Road? They have?
That's why we capped it.
Oh, okay. I haven't driven it in a few
It was
months.
them rather than us, as it were.
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
I'd question it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, Peter's hang on. Look, we've got questions for you.
Welcome, John. I'm sure you can answer this. Stanley Ave has a Kia crossing. That's correct.
Correct.
So who determines if that's going to happen? The school, council, or a combined effort?
A combined effort. Yeah. With remembering who pays.
Yeah.
And we have another question.
Oh.
Just one question about, do you agree with the approaches that have been made with you reducing speeds around Marae? You comment, I'm not sure. I wonder if you.
I ran out of time. That's the prime reason. It has been, I remember working out at Rukamoana, where there was fatality. And at that stage was trying to come up with a design of fine, which I fear, because it was common sense, I think it was already been produced. So with, I have no problem again with those, as long as the problem is looked at in its entirety. The Kaiatamata one is a particular problem, and my fear is, given the railway crossing and so forth, a proliferation of signs there may create a problem elsewhere, and that's all I've just asked to be mindful of that.
Oh, you've got one name now. Yeah, John.
Sorry, I don't know if this is much new, but I see 800's still on there as well. But you touched on her comment around a pedestrian crossing on, being a good idea. I was just Google mapping it, and there is a pedestrian crossing on Coronation Road already.
Yeah.
So, as I don't know if it's you or her, but is the point around having that pedestrian crossing being more visible?
It's been a while since I've sort of travelled along Coronation Road. The one thing I would suggest is that it's still the right place. That's the most important place. Visibility, yes, is critical. So I can't tell you whether it's got blisters. If it doesn't,
It's got good visibility.
yeah. So
No, but it's near the main street.
yeah. That's why things like the walking school bus, which is a work with the school to say where the kids come from, and nothing to my knowledge has altered it greatly about the David Street and Warrington Primary and all of that. Again, is there a problem?
Thank you. No, thank you for taking the time, you're nuts. Thanks. Okay, now we've submitted number 5 is Tina Vaughan. Tina. Welcome back into the chamber. Basically.
Oh, yeah, it is. Thanks, James. Morning, everybody. Just for a little bit of knowledge, I was previously at one stage the chair of the District Licensing Committee, and obviously I own the Old Forge now, and when I took on that licence I had to give up my position as the chair of the District Licensing Committee. And yeah, so I just wanted to put that out there so that so I know what I'm talking about, I guess. I like what you're trying to do with, there's not a lot of changes in there, but some subtle ones. The only thing I'm worried about, as you may have read in my submission, is the business zoning. And the stipulating the business zones, which is fine for the town centres, but in the small town settlements, and we've recently rezoned a whole lot in the last 3 years into commercial for like Menaroo, Waitoa, Tauranga, Te Ara West, etc. And I know that resource consents take priority over everything, but they are damn hard to get. They are expensive, and all you're doing is creating another whole layer of bureaucracy. What I'm suggesting, and I've given you some examples there, is like, for example, what about the cafe at the Lockwood Estate that's going in? What happens if they want to eventually go and do some nighttime dining and might like to serve wine or beer to their guests? They're considered to be low risk, and they're not in a business zone. They're not anywhere near a business zone. And I certainly don't advocate for putting a tavern or a bar, a pub in a business zone. But if you are going out for dinner, it's a little bit different. So what I'm asking you to think about is tools in the toolbox and making them actually usable. So we have a lot of tools in the toolbox, council does, but sometimes they're not accessible by the way things are worded in your policies. For example, the old Forge Kitchen is a class 3 restaurant. So when I weigh up, and this is how they charge me and work out what my risk factor is. So you have class 1 restaurants, class 2 restaurants, class 3 restaurants. So instead of looking at zoning in the business zone, look at the class of the business, I think would be more important. So for example, class 1 restaurant is a nightclub, tavern and adult premises, and their weighting already starts at a minimum of 15. And then if their latest trading hour allowed by the licence is 2 a.m. or later, they get another weighting. And then if they've had enforcements in the last 18 months, so there's your risk component, there's another weighting. So they automatically go into either the high or the very high and pay an astronomical fee, but they're the ones that the police want to keep an eye on and look after. And they're the ones I would consider should be in the business zone away from residential spaces. But if you've got a destination restaurant or, you know, I mean, Lockerbie just comes to mind as an example. You've got a lot of zoning coming up, subdivisions happening where there's neighbourhood, we don't want off licences or anything like that in there, but neighbourhood restaurants and cafes. Look at the risk and empower your district licensing committee to have that ability to say yes based on the risk of that business. I mean, Monday to Friday, I probably don't even sell any alcohol. I might do 1 glass of wine on a Wednesday. So the risk is really low. And so I think that's how rather than do this whole business zoning thing, which restricts automatically, and yes, you do have your tools in your toolbox, but you have to make it, when you write your policies, make sure they have this pink elastic band that stretches things a little bit and isn't a must. Because if you do a must, the staff have to control the policy based on the must. And yes, it should be a privilege to hold an alcohol licence. Completely get that. And I'm a real advocate for special licences. Must, like anyone who has a large event must have a special licence. I'm an absolute advocate for that because that is where your host responsibility comes in. So I guess I'm just here to remind you that you have other tools in the tool belt. Think about the class of the business and rather than the business zone, and don't hinder businesses. People can still go and get permission and resource consents and then apply for a licence, but that's hard work. Like, it's really hard work. So another layer of democracy that you don't need.
Thank you, Tina. Any questions?
Tina, are you okay if I ask you a question about an earlier submission?
Absolutely.
The speed at Te Aroha West.
Yes.
You obviously are pretty close to the corner there. Any speed concerns from you and your business?
It is worse since the earthquake. Like things bounce around and the trucks make a hell of a din, but it's because the camber of the road has changed. They do speed through there, and the local policeman that comes in quite regularly will would tell you that most of his revenue gathering is through Te Aroha West.
I remember that.
Yes, and that's sad, unfortunately, but I think it's a police issue, not a council issue, if you want my opinion. And the police are dealing with it in their own way. And as for animals getting squashed on the road, some properties need to look at their fencing and how they look after their animals on their property. And she did say that. But yeah, we've had some fatalities in that respect, and which is a little bit sad, but it is going to happen. It happens on any main highway. It happens on rural New Zealand, for goodness sake. So yes, the police catch like high revenue from Te Aroha West because they come in and they come around that bend and it's a fast travel, and the camber of the road since the earthquake is really, really noisy.
Thank you. No further questions? Thank you, Tina. Thank you, guys. Lovely to be back. Yes. Okay, our next submitter is online. Greg Ward, Super Liquor Holdings. Good morning, Greg. You be Greg.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Greg.
That's great. So first of all, you may not have heard that. Thank you very much for the time you've given me this morning to talk to you. As you know, my name is Greg Core. I'm the National Operations Manager for Superliquor Holdings. And I just really wanted to give you just a quick background about us. And then I've got two main points I'd like to raise about the draft LAP. So Superliquor Holdings is committed to minimising alcohol harm in the communities we serve. We've got extensive training programs and compliance programs that have been developed by Superliquor for its franchisees. We've got 174 franchises in New Zealand, from Kaitaia in the north to Invercargill in the south. We have 2 stores in your district. We have one in Matamata and one in Morrinsville. And these owners and management of these 2 stores would represent what I believe would be the best in the industry, not just Superliquor, but the best in the industry. Matamata store is soon to go through a major upgrade. It's been sold to one of our existing franchisees, and there'll be, I imagine, several hundred thousands of dollars spent on that store to bring it up over the next 12 months. Morrinsville has already been through that program, and what I'd consider the Morrinsville store, and hopefully you know that store, to be a gold standard in terms of shopping experience, and what we're trying to do with our game over the last 5 or 6 years, and Morrinsville has reached that gold standard. Superliquor franchisees represent a broad range of small and medium-sized businesses situated in both urban and rural locations. And many of our stores are actually husband and wife teams, and their business is their livelihood. So they've got a lot of capital investment into fixtures and fittings and assets, and also stock. And they've also got a lot of commitments for leases and staff. So the decision that you'll make in this LAP potentially will have a major financial impact on the store owners and the people they employ. So really, there's a couple of things I want to talk to you about, and it really stems that all we ask is a level playing field. We're open to all options on the table, but one thing we really need is a level playing field. And what I mean by that is we ask that whatever is agreed, that all licenses, particularly off licenses, whether they're supermarkets, bottle stores, or clubs with licenses, are treated equally. And one of the key concerns, I suppose, that I have, that with some of the changes in the wording in the draft LAP, is that you're looking to differentiate between off-premise and namely bottle stores and supermarkets, which I'd love to really just raise now, my 2 points. So the first one of these concerns is the change in hours by allowing supermarkets increased hours to trade. And as a business, we strongly oppose this condition. It's noted in the draft LAP, or the discussion document, that one of the reasons to give more hours to supermarkets is to make it more convenient for shoppers, and which we believe as a business, convenience shouldn't be a key factor. As I said before, we're open to a proposal of reduced hours, but we want all licenses, including supermarkets, being treated the same. I'm not aware of any evidence that demonstrates the harm caused by inappropriate consumption is minimised by licence type differentiation. And we've all heard in the media that there is a perceived duopoly in the supermarket sector, and I think offering more favourable hours and differentiating between licences just strengthens that duopoly position. And really the other point I just wanted to raise was the location of insensitive sites. And once again, we understand, that piece in the proposed LAP, but I would just really ask that the committee looks closely at this condition. We need to ensure that current businesses are not at risk and a new condition doesn't work retrospectively against them. And what I mean by that is that if we use an example of that, we've got an existing business in either Morrinsville or Matamata that, say, a sensitive site, a childcare, could move into an area with close proximity to one of our existing bottle stores. And then when the license is renewed, it may not be renewed, it's objected against and potentially declined because of the proximity. And we think that's a little bit unfair, or very unfair. We also probably need to make really clear in the LAP that, what is a new license. And from time to time, we do have businesses that, are sold for a number of reasons. It could be through retirement, and they've worked all their lives to build up a business, and they sell that business, but they can't sell the business because the new people that buy it will have to apply for a new license. So we just want that that definition really robust, that, you know, a new license that is purchased in that particular case is not considered a new license because of the existing use. And then finally, for me, it's really just two additional points, just to really, in summary, we request that if there are any changes made to the current LAP, and whatever is settled, whether it's trading hours, could be discretionary conditions, it could be restriction of product, should apply to all premises that hold off licenses. And as I said before, those including bottle stores, supermarkets and grocery stores, and those even that club licenses that hold an off license. And finally, as I said, the Suplica, we submit that a change in ownership, we just really need to be sure about that, the new license definition. So once again, thank you so much for the time you've given me. To be involved in these processes, I think it's really healthy, it's really good, and I welcome any questions you have.
Great, thank you, Greg. Is there any questions? No, thank you for highlighting your views on the proposal. No questions? No, it's great. Thank you, Greg, and thank you for the picture in our district of your operation.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll jump to submitter number 8. Jennifer is online available, so we'll go to Jennifer Lamb from Alcohol Health Watch. Good morning.
Kia ora, good morning. Hope you can see me online. I'm Jennifer Lamb, as you said, and I'm making this submission on behalf of Alcohol Health Watch. We want to commend you on having a local alcohol policy and for undertaking this review and giving us the opportunity to talk to this our submission. As you will be aware from your own research report and other sources, alcohol places a significant burden on the Waikato region, and no less so for Matamata-Piako. The presentations at emergency departments that are alcohol related are an underestimate of the total burden of disease that particularly affect vulnerable groups and those at greatest risk, young people, Māori, and those in high socioeconomic deprivation areas. You will also be aware that higher density of alcohol outlets and longer trading hours results in greater accessibility, sales, consumption, and harm, and that setting limits on these elements via a local alcohol policy can reduce this harm. We support changes such as the location of on licenses in the business zone and the increase in the distance to other premises and to sensitive sites to 100 metres. However, we do not support the proposed exemption to trading hours for off licenses and that provides supermarkets and grocery stores with an additional 2 hours of operation. We do not understand the reasoning behind this and note that most other local alcohol policies have consistent trading hours for all off licenses or a minimal difference, for example, 15 minutes difference. Our written submission outlines our recommendations, and I thought this could be a short presentation because once you have considered them, we hope that they will be reflected in your revised local alcohol policy. And thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Garen, good question.
Just wanted to check with you, I guess your background, you've given some in-depth understanding of your experiences at Coalface. How long have you been in this space and understanding the situation?
I think that's a very good question, and Rebecca Williams was hoping to attend. She's just got another meeting. She was the director here for many years, but personally, I'm a lawyer with I'd say 20 years in the space. I was at a public health unit in the regulatory space and at Auckland Council in the legal team, and helped when the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act came in amongst other things. But I haven't been too long at Alcohol Health Watch. And I was at the Ministry of Health before coming here in the public health area.
Thank you. Any further questions? Right, thank you for your submission, Jennifer, and pass our on to Rebecca as well, obviously. You both worked on this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Okay, now, Paul. Sorry, we had you as attending in teams, but you're here with us, so please the floor. Yeah, just distribute this. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come and discuss the LAP with you this morning. My name is Paul Ratch. I'm the National Alcohol Responsibility Manager for Countdown Supermarkets. That includes the Fresh Choice chain. We have 190 Countdown Supermarkets up and down the country, 3 of which are in the Matamata-Piako district, as well as a range of Fresh Choices and Super Values. The things we made effectively 2 points in our submission. The first one is obviously the hours, and I've listened to Mr. Hoare and Ms. Lamb. We think 11 p.m. is a bridge too far in terms of the supermarket hours. We accept the reasoning for increasing supermarket hours, and I think the point I want to make is a bottle store is required by law to sell 85% alcohol. Its turnover by law is required to be 85% alcohol. We're not. Alcohol in our stores, and in particular the Matamata-Piako district, is somewhere in between 7 and 9% of our sales. We are not a bottle store. We are not a liquor retailer. We take our responsibilities very seriously, and we understand it as a part of our business, but it is not why we are there. We are there to sell groceries. We are there to sell goods to people to consume for meals. In terms of the hours, we think 11 p.m. is too far though, and we have suggested in our submission that 10 p.m. is more appropriate, where we can monitor the behaviour of shoppers between 9 and 10, and we can actually track basket by basket. We can track number of people who come into our stores and buy only alcohol. And then at that point, when the review happens, and we're suggesting a review on hours, in particular the differentiation in hours, should happen 2 years' time, and we can come back to you with some data and say, this is the shift that we have seen in people's behaviour. We either think it's a problem or it's not manifestly different to what we were experiencing prior to the hours changing. The second point I'd like to make is in terms of discretionary conditions, and it's something that has come up quite often. Discretionary conditions, by their very nature, being in the LAP, doesn't mean that they can be imposed. Evidence needs to support those discretionary conditions being imposed. And I would encourage the council, before you push too far down that discretionary condition path, is to actually talk to us as licensees, because many of the things that you are wanting to push as part of a discretionary condition, we're actually quite agreeable to. And it doesn't need to be imposed as a condition. Working with a number of councils up and down the country about particular things that they want imposed, and we're just agreeing to them because we understand that's the role we have to play. So while discretionary conditions are a tool, they are a very blunt tool, and they rely on evidence to support them. My suggestion to the council is perhaps the best way forward is to scale it back slightly and actually talk to us as licensees first about what it is that we're trying to achieve, and the outcome might be exactly what you're after, rather than having to go through quite a laborious DLC process to get those discretionary conditions imposed. Happy to answer any questions.
So,
Paul, thank you for that. How do you handle the 24/7 opening hours in supermarkets these days, particularly in the Auckland region? I'm sure you've got a few. That's what I was sort of looking at, is that Auckland situation and extended trading hours and how you handle that.
So very few of our stores are now 24/7. The market has changed so markedly that it's almost unsafe to be open those hours. We do have a couple, and we've got very comprehensive blocks in our system. We spend $1.5 million each year training our team as well. So people have adjusted to the fact that those stores that are open 24/7, and I think there's two, the maximum hours you can buy alcohol to is 11 o'clock, and then effectively the area is cordoned off. So we are used to managing people when liquor is not available, and we're also used to managing people when liquor is available longer than bottle stores.
So trading hours going forward isn't necessarily something that is going to take over the entire nation, the 24/7 situation.
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
Or you suggest we could seek your advice, right, and hold things off a bit, and before we do this, and it could be a couple of years. Can you tell me other councils that are doing this with you?
In terms of,
because I think it's relevant. Are there other councils that are looking to follow your advice?
In terms of the discretionary conditions or the hours?
Both.
So there are a lot of councils consulting on their LAPs at the moment, and there are a number of them that are separating out supermarkets from bottle stores because they accept the different roles that the businesses play. None of those have been determined yet. To be honest, this is the first council we've come to and said, we actually think the hours are too long. We think they need to come back a little bit. Most of the councils are settling on around 10 o'clock or have default hours in their LAP at 10 o'clock as it is. But we're trying to open the dialogue with those councils, and particularly in terms of hours, because it's been subject to much litigation, and that's not really a path we want to continue on. In terms of the discretionary conditions, I'm currently working with Auckland Council, Christchurch Council, Dunedin Council, and a range of community groups in terms of what it is they want to achieve, how we can drive it with our position to achieve a better outcome. So, for example, and I know I've probably gone over time, but as an example, there's a lot of conversation at the moment about what they call high strength, low cost single can beers. We've gone to the providers and said to the manufacturers of all of these products, you change this product or we won't sell it to you anymore. Now that's taking us some time to work through, but that doesn't require a legislative change, doesn't require a whole lot of individual councils.
Marketing change.
Yeah. People have come to us with their concerns. I don't need to understand those concerns other than that's a concern, and we'll move. And we've done that. And we've been engaging with the breweries of those particular products for about a year and a half now, and have said this is the time where it needs to change. I know one of the breweries is investing a significant amount of money to change its production line to make sure that those products shift into a 4-pack or a 6-pack. That effectively moves the price point, which when you get to the bottom of it all, that's what everybody wants. They want the price point moved. So rather than banning them and discretionary conditions, just tell us what you're after, and it's something we can influence, we'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dave.
I think one of the things we were thinking at the time around setting the hours was the fact that supermarkets, best of our knowledge, aren't kind of open past 9 o'clock at night anyway. So a change isn't going to make a lot of difference to when alcohol is available later on. But do you think that, do you know what the opening hours for your supermarkets in this area, closing times for supermarkets in this area are? And do you know if you have any plans of those hours changing any time in the future?
They're currently all 9 p.m. That was in response to the original Matamata-Piako LAP. I have had some discussions with the group manager down here in terms of, if these hours were extended, would we extend the trading hours of the store? The short answer is maybe. We would need to look at demand and whether the demand would complement that opening. What we don't want to do is extend the hours simply because there's an extra hour to trade with booze. So that's the internal analysis that we need to do.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Paul, for taking the time. Apologies for not realising that you were coming in person.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to Nairi. Community Action for Youth and Growth. Thank you, Nairi.
Tēnā koutou katoa, my name is Nairi Te and I am employed as the Community Action for Youth and Drug Youth Programs Coordinator in Morrinsville, and I've been in this role since 2005. Based on our extensive experiences across KE, my submission is recommending and I guess asking the Council to consider important ways this LAP should direct councils and DLCs or district licensing committees to put this right to uphold the principles of the Act and protect our vulnerable and future generations. Firstly, I also want to applaud and congratulate the Matamata-Piako Council for ensuring our district has a local alcohol policy to protect our communities from alcohol-related harms. But I just want to share my story and lived experiences of alcohol-related harm and how alcohol has negatively impacted my immediate and extended whānau and Māori. This is my perspective of how an LAP could provide greater protection for our most vulnerable. Alcohol has had a powerful and profound influence on my life and the life of my whānau, but not in a positive way. Alcohol from my earliest recollection as a young child has always been present in my life. I remember as a young child going along with our parents to many parties and the excessive amount of alcohol consumed by my late dad, my aunties, uncles, nannies and koro. It wasn't unusual for the parties to start off with everyone happy and laughing, but as the evening or weekends progress, the laughter and joy often lead to tears and violence, especially for my mum. Alcohol abuse has been an intergenerational issue within my whānau. My father, my dad's own mother and 14-year-old brother both died indirectly from the many brutal beatings my grandfather gave them after a drinking binge. Before my father died, he shared memories of how his mother would take him and his siblings into the urupa or cemetery at Pumoana Marae, early hours in the morning, sometimes at 4 o'clock in the morning, to keep them safe from being beaten up by their dad. Then he would hear who. They would hear who getting hiding from their dad while they waited in the urupa. For me, alcohol was an accepted norm growing up, and it was even used as a rite of passage to celebrate the coming of age and getting a job. Consequently, my siblings and I, and most of our cousins, became heavy consumers of alcohol ourselves. I also thought alcohol and domestic violence was an accepted norm growing up. For my whānau, the most significant harm, and I always remember this, I went to a DLC to object to a liquor licence at Waharo, and I was asked by the District Licensing Committee member, how has alcohol impacted your life? And I said, the most significant harm, apart from living with domestic violence our entire life, was the rape of my younger sister at the age of 8. We were sleeping in a bedroom at an auntie and uncle's house whilst our parents and whānau were having a party. So the point I'm making is that being exposed to alcohol at such a young age has had a significant detrimental intergenerational impact on the lives of me and my whānau, especially for Māori. This is where I feel an LAP can protect the vulnerable people, especially our young ones, especially those in low socioeconomic communities, for our children, women and Māori who are most at risk from the harms of alcohol. Whilst I support the LAP in principle, I would ask that the councils consider the following matters. I support the proposed change of increasing the buffer zone around sensitive sites from 50 to 100 metres, but I believe this is still insufficient, especially if it's in a residential in a residential zone. And this is the argument that researcher Tim Chambers makes from Otago University, that children, especially Māori, being exposed to alcohol, well, this is marketing, but it's still alcohol consumption becoming associated with alcohol harms as an adult. I believe there should be a cap issuing new licenses for all off-site liquor license applications. This is liquor stores I'm talking about, bottle stores. I mean, we already have 4 here in Morrinsville. So how many more do we need? Lastly, I just wanted to add that I believe that mana whenua must be consulted alongside police and health entities, organisations with any future LAP amendments, given that Māori are most overrepresented in terms of alcohol-related harms and criminal statistics, whānau, oranga tamariki. So to conclude my submission, I just want to say that, sorry about this. I just want to, that the LAP should give effect and direct councils to put this right, to uphold the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in order to protect the future of Māori and all New Zealanders, and to protect our vulnerable and future generations. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Nori, thank you for sharing your personal journey and experience. Any questions?
Yeah, I've got one. It's disheartening to hear the experience you've had around alcohol. Unfortunately, it seems to be a cultural issue affecting Māori the most. So my question is, I have 2 questions. The first one is, you want a cap on the amount of liquor stores. How high? How many is too many for you? And the second question I have is the problem of alcohol harm a cultural issue as opposed to a legislative issue?
Well, I said earlier that for liquor stores for Morrinsville is too many, because we also have the supermarkets. I mean, when you start to saturate, you look at density in the population, I just think that is far too many. You look at Manurewa, you look at South Auckland with a high density of liquor store outlets, and the correlation between crime statistics, the low education achievement for Māori and Pacific Islanders in particular, there seems to be a direct correlation there. So for me, I just think, like I said, 4's enough for Morrinsville. Is it a cultural issue or legislation? I think it's both. I think you can't really separate one from the other. I mean, it's not I'm not saying that the council is going to sort out all these issues for Māori, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. Like reducing the hours, for example. That has helped immensely. Because I remember the days when we'd come out of the Nottingham when I was younger, and there'd be brawls. We'd be having brawls about 2, 4 o'clock in the morning, and people would be attacking general members of the public. I still remember those days. So I have seen a change in reducing the harm, especially around the hours, monitoring, managing the hours and reducing those. That's certainly reduced the harm. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
So Gary?
You mentioned Te Tiriti o Waitangi or something, and just acknowledging, I guess, the comments from my colleague around a cultural issue versus, I guess, what might be a colonisation mechanism. Including tobacco and a range of other items that are used to colonise Te Ao Māori. What are your thoughts about the way that the Treaty of Waitangi could be influenced what we're trying to do today?
I think the recommendation that I made first at the end was that our mana whenua should be consulted around harm reduction strategies, especially in relation to alcohol. So this is one way, and I didn't see that in the initial draft document in terms of who was consulted. So I think you know, in terms of true partnership, mana whenua should be there as of right as well. Consulting, given that we're overrepresented in these statistics around crime and poor health, poor education outcomes. Yeah, it's just ensuring that we have that voice at the table at the beginning, not as an afterthought.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Nora, for coming in and
Thank
sharing.
you. Thank you. Kia ora tātou.
To submission number 10, David Denison from the Matamata-Piako. Good morning, David.
Yes, good morning. My name's Dave Dennison. I'm the lighting representative on the Airfield Users Group. And I just wanted to speak very briefly on a couple of the details in the proposed fee schedule. The first was there's a new fee proposed for additional cleaning of the toilet block. In the past, that was sort of done by a full-time caretaker as needed. Since there isn't a full-time caretaker and the campground is closed to the public, I believe that cleaning gets done a couple of times a week, which is fine for most of the time. But there are times when there are events on, when the campground and bunkhouse are full and you're sharing your ablutions block with dozens of other people, and it probably needs daily cleaning. Certainly more often than 2 times a week. I guess my argument is that we're already paying council according to the existing fee schedule on a per person, per night basis. Even if they're in the facility center bunkhouse. My previous understanding that was to cover, amongst other things, the service and supply of the ablutions block. So I believe that adding an additional cleaning fee for events is sort of double charging for the same service. My second and probably even more minor point is that there is a fee in the schedule for people staying at powered sites at the campground and unpowered sites at the campground, and another fee for people staying at the bunkhouse. And my argument is that the people staying in the bunkhouse should be charged at a similar rate to the unpowered sites as the Soaring Center pays for the upkeep and utilities, including power, for the bunkhouse. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, but I appreciate the chance to make those points to you.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Camille. Okay, so we will now move on to Evan and Lawrence Stoll from Enviro Waste. He's joining us online. Thank you, Lawrence. Good morning.
Good morning. I think I'm unmuted. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name's Lawrence Dolan. I'm the Environmental Manager for Enviro Waste. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on the solid waste bylaw and the provisions there. We appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you. And I just want to make a few points. The first of all is that we support the licensing provisions of the bylaw. We support licensing of waste operators so that council can be assured that it's going to get consistent quality of service, and also assist in council's waste minimisation goals. I think it's very important. We're quite happy to provide information on waste collections, and particularly recycling collections, because that can assist the council in its future planning. I think it's important to point out, though, that as waste operators, we don't create the waste. It's the waste producers that create the waste, and where our aim is to manage it safely and as hygienically as possible, and also encourage the diversion of waste from landfill. And that we've involved in a number of large recycling collections around the country, and also development of facilities for construction and demolition waste recycling, and also composting, particularly with the development of our composting plant at the Hampton Downs landfill. So the point there is really that the best way to recover waste or recycle waste is to actually separate it out at the point at which it is generated. It's very hard to collect waste once it's all mixed up, and therefore we, really encourage the requirement or provision of separate containers and receptacles to pick up different types of waste. Then if we can recycle wood separately from the likes of concrete or other recyclables like plastic. And on that, we note that the bylaw, there's a requirement for construction site waste management plans for commercial developments, and we also suggest that because residential builds comprise about 40% of the value of new builds in New Zealand, that the council might consider putting requirements for waste minimisation and management plans also for residential developments, and that would assist in terms of helping people reduce the amount of waste that is getting produced, because we find that even residential building sites, there's a lot of wastage that could be avoided with better planning and management on site. In terms of the information requirements, we just like to point out too that for council contracted collections, it's very easy to set route dates and times, but for commercial collections, these change over time. We support the 5-year term for the waste licenses. That's a reasonable term. Some councils have annual terms, which is just basically more paperwork, but just to realise that collection routes, commercial customers, as they come and go, collection routes and locations change over time, as do vehicles in terms of the requirements for our customers as they grow or contract, or their waste or recycling requirements change. So yes, in general, we support the provisions of the bylaw in terms of waste licensing, and thanks for the opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Lawrence. Any questions? I think it's you've probably been submitting on a few councils' bylaws. They're all taking a similar, do you see them taking a similar vein under guidance from the Ministry of the Environment?
And there is a lot of consistency between the councils, which is very helpful as well.
No, correct. I think that was generally the direction of travel. No, that's great. Thanks for your submission. No questions. So thank you very much for coming in on Teams this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, move on to Vincent. What are you going to say first? Good morning, Vincent.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your time. I'm Vincent Anderson. I'm General Manager at Wheelie Bin Services. Wheelie Bin Services is a waste collection company that was founded in 1996 in Matamata. We have been operating throughout the district and the wider Waikato region since then. Today we employ 18 full-time staff and have a customer base of 5,000 people. We have looked at the proposed bylaw and do not agree that it should be implemented in its current form. Some areas of the bylaw are problematic. We are worried about the impact that it will have on our business. For example, proposal to license waste collectors is an area of the bylaw that we find concerning. The non-exclusive list of licensing factors that are listed on page 10 of the bylaw is very broad. Would give council the power and ability to make decisions that would reach into the heart of our business. Bylaw as currently written would give council the ability to influence what containers we use and how they look. Our containers are a part of our brand. that our customers recognise, and that helps us to stand apart from our competitors. Forcing us to change this would impact on our brand recognition and potentially revenue. We would not be able to absorb the cost of changing all our containers to meet an imposed licensing requirement. We have some wheelie bins that have been in the field for over 20 years and don't yet need to be replaced. Incrementally changing all our bins to conform to a licensing requirement as they need replacing could take up to 10 years. If we are required to speed up that process and replace them all at once, it would be a significant cost impact that we could not absorb. Including vehicle and equipment specifications as a licensing condition is also a concern. It's not clear how these things will be assessed and what value it would add over the current inspection regimes that our vehicles are already subject to. For instance, our vehicles are already subject to regular COF inspections by the NZTA and roadside inspections by the New Zealand Police. Would the vehicle specifications concern the messaging on our fleet? If so, that would also have an impact on our brand and could add cost if we are asked to add specific messaging onto our trucks. We need to understand more about Council's intentions for including the vehicle and equipment specifications in a licensing regime and how they would be looked at. We do not agree that a licensed waste operator should have an obligation to provision the Council with information unless they are compensated. Council contracts with waste collection companies to provide services across the Council, such as the curbside collection contract that was recently signed with Waste Management. That contract contained provisions to furnish the Council with information. Whilst the supplier has included the cost of the reporting systems and the people resources required to deliver the information as a part of their rates and is compensated for their outlay. Asking us to provide similar information with no compensation is not fair and puts us at a competitive disadvantage. We don't agree with the licensing of waste collectors because of the potential costs that we could incur if this bylaw is implemented in its current form, as there is no clarity as to how the licence fees are constituted and what they will cost us. Will it be a set fee or will it be variable depending on the licensing factors that are listed? We understand that the Council would need to cover its costs as part of a licensing regime, but do not see how charging an annual fee is justified. That feels like revenue gathering. We are also concerned about the Council's ability to implement and manage a new licensing regime. In the current economic climate, it is very difficult to find experienced and skilled staff. Council would need to hire people with specialist knowledge to assess and manage a licensing regime. As it would be very difficult to find those people, the Council would inevitably end up employing consultants or contractors from the private space as they do today with the building consent and site inspection teams. It would have the potential to become an expensive exercise, and those costs would need to be passed on to licensees or ratepayers. We think that the Council should hold off on the licensing of waste collectors and wait for the government to implement a national licensing regime. We're concerned that if each council were to implement their own licensing regime, there would likely be variances across the regions and different licensing requirements that we would need to meet. We would also be faced with having to pay multiple license fees across the regions. Waiting for a national regime would overcome these concerns and save council the cost of implementing its own regime. The council considers who the waste collectors are within the council district who would require licensing. Wheelie Bin Services are the only Matamata-based family-run business. Our competitors are all large corporations, some of them are multinationals. Council should consider that a premature licensing regime could significantly damage our business through the introduction of additional costs. Our ability to absorb additional costs is limited compared to our competitors who have deep pockets and can remain more competitive than we can, as we would be forced to pass those costs on to our customers. For all the reasons outlined, we ask that the Council excludes the requirement to license waste collectors from the proposed bylaw. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
Good morning. This is going to be a very broad question, but the first thing that came to mind, what is your vision of a long-term solution to this?
You mean the bylaw, generally, or just the point I made around the...
To the point you've made, what do you think is a a better long-term solution than the proposed bylaw?
Specifically on the licensing of waste collectors, we just think that we should wait for the government to bring in a national licensing regime so that it's standardised across everywhere, and that we don't have these issues around like having to pay multiple license fees across different councils and eventually having to make changes to conform to one license, but then having to have different changes to conform to a different license. And we've only got a fleet of 10 trucks. So, you know, these sorts of issues that come to the fore. So I think long term is we wait to the government to bring one out so that it's across the board the same and it's a level playing field.
Thank you.
With the obviously this national national scheme, are you aware of when it's likely to come in?
I think that it's likely to come in when the government next looks at the Waste Minimisation Act, because that review, I believe, is happening in 2027. And if all councils are moving towards that, I believe that the government's going to do that at that point. I don't actually have definite findings on that.
Sorry, could you repeat the last line you're asking for in your statement? Can you read it?
Just to exclude the requirement to license waste collectors from the bylaw. Yeah. Just to hold off on the licensing as part of the bylaw, and that's what we're asking. Yeah.
Thank you, Vincent. I think exhausted the questions. Thanks for taking the time. Your ones are obviously very recognisable. Okay, our next submitter is Steve in the West Chamber. Thanks, Steve.
I'll jump the queue on Sean O'Neill, which is comforting to me. Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Edwards, the General Manager of the Matamata Chamber of Commerce and Matamata Eyesight. We have made a couple of submissions, which the written versions have already been sent to you and pre-circulated. One on the local alcohol policy and one on the waste management and minimisation bylaw. Can I start with the local alcohol policy? And I do need to recognise Laura down the back here for her work with me on this policy and submission. We met in Matamata last year, and it's been invaluable along the way in the process for my understanding and I think the formulation of the submission. So thank you, Laura. I'm not going to read out the submission. I'll rather speak to it. Couple of points I made there, obviously about the citing of off licenses, which from a chamber point of view in particular, while obviously not in residential areas, we would like to see the continuation of on the periphery of the CBD, which as exists now, as in the southern and northern end of Arawa Street, Wahara Road by Tracks and First Street, rather than in the central shopping area. This is just a visitor experience, shopper experience scenario. Now, we also commented, or I commented on the on licenses, the entry-exit scenario, as in the one-way door policy. Currently, licensees in, I suspect, in the three towns are very aware of their obligations. Their licenses are at stake. So there is a degree of common sense and communication here, I believe, and they know that if they transgress, they will lose their licenses. Just about the point there of the one-way door system, which I have seen operated in other areas. I don't believe a blanket policy like that is needed for every night of the week across all our on-licensed premises. The issues appear to occur after other events and functions which people have attended with consumption of alcohol. They then move on to licensed premises later in the evening. the licensees are aware of these functions and take precautions, as in with low-level fencing, extra security, already had a one in and one out policy. Now, these are not every weekend. They are a few, probably some of the councils are aware of these type of functions that occur and alcohol is consumed. So I think, once again, a bit of common sense and communication between the licensing authority, the police, health agencies, and the licensees. That sort of communication between the respective parties is very important. The only other area I commented on in my submission on the local alcohol policy was about the number of off licences. That has been fairly static in our town, and they have been on the periphery for some time. Market forces will prevail. People will open businesses if they think they're going to make a profit. That's the fact of life. I think the sale of alcohol through supermarkets in more recent years has obviously played a part in the establishment of on licences. So there hasn't been a great deal of movement there, but there is a point of, do we want liquor outlets on every corner? And one of the speakers made that point before. So that's and I shouldn't say that is the chamber. This is from feedback from businesses, not just members, but of the chamber on the local alcohol policy. So I will take questions on that one before I head into the submission on the waste minimisation, just to keep things tidy.
No, there's no lights on. I think what you've said is clear. So
okay.
You're on to your second submission.
Second submission. This is not a major regarding the whole solid waste management and minimisation bylaw. It's just there's a clause in there regarding significant events. Now, as a Chamber of Commerce, we host our Christmas promotions and our mid-year event. I can give a free plug for our next one, which is coming up on Friday, June the 9th, Twilight on the Green. These are deemed, according to council staff, to be significant. So we would be required, I believe, to write a waste management plan. I believe this is adding an extra tier of bureaucracy. And if I can just go into what we do already, we have consent to licensed occupancy with the one on the green coming up. We have consent to a licensed occupier already from council. We pay a bond if there's any damage to the green. We also supply a health and safety plan, which includes a clause on that. The registration form that all stall holders fill out, and they have to fill out this commitment to that health and safety plan, but also they are obliged to leave the site clean. Can also thank council at this juncture for the repair and maintenance of the lights on the green. What I've done, and I take my responsibilities very seriously regarding the condition of the green, which is a lovely area. For the last year and coming up, I imagine will be the same. I am the last person to leave the site. I organise extra wheelie bins from council at $16 per bin, actually. I get them dropped off in one place. I put them out at the end of the night. I personally go and collect the bins and clear up any rubbish on the site. And the same for our Twilight Market and Arawa Street South. So I'm very conscious of that, and I take personal responsibility for that. And will again, the bins are then returned to one point to make it easier for the contractors to pick up. We don't charge admission fees. We have a nominal fee for our stall holders. We are a non-profit, but we want to run events like this for our community. And we appreciate council support, not just with the lights, but with the grant. And yes, my application for a grant will be coming up shortly. So because our Christmas events, we lost $6,500. That's on top of the $20,000 we lose on a monthly basis, as you're aware of. But we believe it's part of our job to promote and organise these community events. So going back, I just hope there isn't added bureaucracy with the waste management plan for these events. I believe I work very well, particularly with the team in Matamata, Tanya and co on these events, and it is a partnership, and I believe we are doing the right thing for the council and the community. So I will take questions on that one. That is the only aspect, and it's obviously not a major as far as the whole policy or bylaw goes.
No, thank you, Steve. Any questions? No? We'll seek clarification around the.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Steve. And now we have Sean, our final submitter. Thanks, Sean. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Mayor Adrian and councillors for taking time to listen to concerns of the Charter Business Association. With the current bylaw for waste minimisation, my name is Sean O'Neill. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Association. My business in Te Araha is surveying and land development consultancy Geometrics. Business Association understands the requirements to follow government's direction to minimise waste, but as a community we need to ensure that these measures are simple, avoid unnecessary red tape, cost and delays to ensure the best outcomes for our community and environment. As such, don't believe the proposed bylaw in its current state meets that outcome. In regards to the proposed bylaw and events, the requirement for events organisers to submit approval for an event-specific waste management minimisation plan is something that the association has considerable objection to. Business Association value our community events and as an organisation run events for the community. Any additional paperwork and or red tape is deemed to be a barrier and not in the community's best interest. We agree with waste management minimisation being important, however feel that council have the expertise and the resource in this field and should provide assistance to events organisers rather than providing rules for the event organisers to abide by. Required any more red tape beyond the traffic management plans, notifications, etc. will be a nail in the coffin for many of our volunteer event organisers throughout our district and something we should actively avoid. The result that we seek is for the Mio councillors to request the staff look at how they can assist event organisers meet the waste minimisation targets and provide tools and resources to make this happen as opposed to offloading the responsibility to the volunteers. In regards to the proposed bylaw and construction waste management plans, the Business Association are wanting to, in regards to the $500,000 threshold for commercial builds, Business Association are wanting to encourage businesses into the town and feel that $500,000 threshold is inappropriate. We request the council work with the construction industry and provide the resource, expertise and education in this space rather than making rules based on arbitrary thresholds that the construction projects have to attempt to abide by. On a personal note, for someone who is trying to establish commercial activities in Te Araha, commercial construction is the most difficult to fund, particularly in this town. Banks will lend for residential without too many issues because they understand the process. Commercial construction in these small rural towns is a very different matter, yet has potentially more benefit to our community as they provide places of work, jobs, etc. Adding additional hoops to jump through only succeeds in costing projects money, time and energy, which is not substantial for projects that find it difficult to obtain funding. We have undertaken both commercial and residential projects in this town. In fact, this commercial construction that we have undertaken is considerably less waste than the residential builds. We do not have an issue of excess waste on our commercial builds. As such, we recommend that council staff revise the bylaw to assist commercial development in our district and request council not to implement the requirement of waste minimisation plans for commercial builds at any dollar value threshold. We suggest that council can provide resource and assistance and be of assistance and propose to reduce the potentially excessive waste on these projects rather once again than requiring the construction industry to jump through some more hoops and do other bits and pieces which probably don't solve a problem that doesn't exist. In regards to the proposed bylaw and the license for 30 tonnes of waste being disposed in the calendar year, the definition, we believe the definition for the waste collectors appears to be too broad and includes contractors that the association feels should not need to obtain special licenses. In particular, there should be specific exclusion for at least the following: landscape contractors, lawn mowing contractors, diggers and cartage contractors and the like, such that contractors that conduct earth moving and general property maintenance are excluded from the licensing requirement. Also, information provided within the documentation seems to be missing forms and other information that such contractors will need to fill in. For the association and its members to fully assess this proposal, that information should be available. Unsure of the purpose of the license, particularly for those small businesses that provide great service at minimal costs, for such businesses to be required to submit plans, forms, and to be able to dump solid or green waste seems overly bureaucratic. In summary, without wanting to come across too negative, the association and myself feel that the flavour of the bylaw is one of discouragement and burden rather than encouragement and empowerment, which I understand is the general case for bylaws. However, I would encourage council and council staff to fully consider the impact of the community of the measures within the proposed bylaw and see if we could amend it to be supportive of those that have some ambition for our community and growth within our districts while maintaining the directive of minimising the waste that we all produce. Thank you.
Questions for Sean? I would just probably have one question just regarding construction waste. Are you aware of the statistics around the volume of construction waste and the whole waste minimisation waste?
I am, but I also am aware that we're looking at building a shed in Te Araha for Manukora who want to expand their business and grow the human factor of their honey. It's 1,200 square metre shed. It's probably about $1.5 million shed. It's a steel construction shed. There will be next to no waste from it. There really won't be. We do residential builds, and yes, there's many skips and stuff get taken away from those all the time. In regards to that commercial build, a big shed, there's really no waste. There's tins, the guys take
apples and pears, perhaps.
Oh, it really is, and maybe it's look at the scope of those commercial, and if it looks like it's going to create a lot of waste, stump up and say, okay, we need to be thinking about this. But for a shed like we're building, or a farm shed, or a whatever, like our storage business, we built that. There was no waste on that.
So perhaps you see an opportunity rather than a dollar figure, it's the type of build be considered.
It's potentially the type of build, and I still recommend that we should be going and saying, look, we've got the resources, we've got the expertise in house, we can help you with this build and minimise your waste, rather than, okay, you've got to submit a plan too. You submit a plan and get that approved and implemented the way we're saying, we're going to have a big stick and you're not going to be able to build your building. It just makes it super hard. And I think we should be making it super easy for people, particularly to invest in commercial enterprise in our district. It's too hard at the moment and it needs to get easier, not harder.
Thank you, Sean. I think it's everybody. No, thank you for coming and taking the time.
Thank you.
Right, well, that is all our submitters in person. We'll now adjourn and we'll stop for break for morning tea, and then we'll come back in 20 minutes to read through our submissions. Thank you. It's all here. Okay, welcome back everybody, and welcome to Mary was one of our submitters actually, so she's going to sit in this morning and obviously listen to submissions as we go through them. So now we're going through our written submissions. Just like to note that submission number 3, page 63, 64, there was a clarification around the library fees, and so that part of the petition, that part of her submission has been withdrawn. So it was good work by staff because they sought clarification to understand, and so that they had that clarification, they withdrew that part of the petition. Yeah, so right, so what we'll do now is we'll go through each submission one by one. Topic is because I grouped in topics, and then at the end we will seek direction to the staff of anything that we want clarified or for them to further look into. So you'll just go through each one. There is no rush. You need to address these appropriately, and we'll do the. We can do the fire emergency one. It's the speed management plan. Is that the first one? I think we've seen all the statistics. We'll just go straight to the submissions. So the speed management plan, you have the fire emergency one here. Point there they make is that they research found slowing speeds in urban areas can smooth traffic flow and reduce congestion, and that it has little impact on driver travel time.
Thing about the traffic calming license in Matamata. I like it to negatively impact.
Okay, they've expressed concern over emergency response time with reducing speed. Yes, like you said, so about traffic calming is the understanding of how they do affect larger vehicles. And saying that though, those ones that were installed on Terihana were only temporary, so they weren't traffic calming as such.
I guess Katana talking.
Mm. But they wouldn't be coming that way, they'd be.
But they don't use it as much these days.
But they can't go in. So any comment from the fire emergency submission to note?
I have a question and a comment.
Yeah.
They mention particular routes, life-saving routes, overflows and emergency routes. Are there any, do they provide any references or anything like that to where those routes might be? Or do we have that knowledge in-house?
We can ask that later for clarification from staff, perhaps.
Just say they would like to.
Just make a note of that, Kate.
Intervene with us, to chat to us about it.
Well, we have to take it to staff after we've gone through the submissions to follow the process. So just note that. We'll move on to the first one. So, submission number 3 is Derek Bone. Any comments there?
So changes to have Wahara Road West at 70k of is it going from Matamata to Wahara?
Yeah. It's just that the speed zone once you hit the town. So there's the big four. Derek mentioned the big four dog kennel pet lodge, and I guess this is the thing around speeds coming into our towns. I also know that Orangeville just goes straight to 50. So there's sort of an inconsistency around how our highway speeds are reduced entering our towns, and yeah, so clarification of that later. Obviously, it's highway. So we'll go on to number 2, Kieran McQuaid. So I guess she highlights the, again, it's highways, but also highlights about bus stops. And I guess the 20 kilometre per hour stopping for buses is more when the bus is progressing its pickup. So we can get clarification around that as to when the buses are parked outside the schools, as to what that speed limit is. So that would be the only question around that one, maybe.
Well, if a bus is stopped and it's got a school bus on, it should be 20.
20k.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you end it to, reduce the speed from 50 to say 40 or 30 outside Matamata College, because when the kids are there, there's buses there, they should be doing 20 anyway. This is a bit of sense.
Again, it's highway. So we'll
Yeah.
just address it.
But I mean, aside from that, there's times when the buses aren't there, right? So
Correct.
Okay, so we can clarify that later. So that's highlighted the point around the buses and
Lowering the speed limit on Broadway to 30 would be weird, because you'd be lucky to go 10. While
but
you're going in and out of Scotland, so should that was achieved.
that's only at certain times of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
And whereas you've got other pedestrians the rest of the day, is that not what it's about? So there's some points raised there.
And the other thing with Broadway is we've got the large island in the middle of the road, making the road feel narrower, so people naturally slow down. So I don't see any reason for us to advocate to Waka Kotahi or to our own staff to change the speed limit when you organically must slow down.
I take John Harris's comment, actually.
Just going through the submission.
Yeah, we would.
Because we'll discuss that at the end. It might be best to just go through the submissions if there's any points to highlight. Number of ones to highlight. Okay, David Pig's submission number 3. So Stanley Ave is highlighted, still there. Forrest James Wicks. Some general support there. So, yeah, agree with the additional crossings and safety islands. Just highlight anything for clarification later on. Anything else? Number 5, property care, speed, driver education, working. Unfortunately, number 6, I didn't mention Rosemary was unable to attend this morning. She was going to come in and present and bereavement. So her submission was noted. She's supportive.
An interesting point that she does raise there is around trucks going out of Morrinsville and using their airbrushes there. What is the zoning around where they're allowed to use those engine exhaust brakes?
Question for later. Yep, you're right. It's outside of this, but it's relevant. Yeah. Yep. Number 7, Kiwatahi School That's a rural school, obviously. Scotsman's Valley, the main collector road. Number 8, come on, Ellen, at the end. DF doesn't support.
Which is that, number 8.
Yeah.
No, he's wanting more strict. He's wanting a 40 kilometre anywhere.
Yeah. But yeah, and we're focusing on the high. Yep. 8, 9. Yeah. 10. Excellent, that's practical. We can ask that question. Yeah, there was a couple of submitters spoke about Centennial and Tom Grant Drive and closing them to cars, but that was outside the scope of this plan. Thoughts? 12, Bronwyn Stewart, just as we're going through, has anyone made any notes? Again, highway, Wakakotahi, once again, with our speeds as we enter and leave our town.
Do need to keep pressure on that.
Yes, correct. Submission. Pipe up if there's any comments to, as you work with more, let's just leave you made any notes. Putting, read back to now. Obviously, things around government policies we don't have an influence over when they these things. Okay, I'm 15, Brian McGee.
How big do walkers get?
What was that?
Oh, I just asked my question here. As the area grows, the walkers do as well. I wonder how big they get.
Sorry, John, I'm not sure what sort of feedback you're seeking from us, but number 15, I agree with the submission. Is that the sort of comments you want to hear? Current situation in my mind after reading this is silly, and it needs to be 70 right along that road.
I like that.
So is that the feedback you're seeking from us today, or?
Yeah, and I can do that, and if we want staff to go back and clarify.
So are we just highlighting, like, I'm just highlighting Breton, okay, cool.
Yep. Cool.
So
we've covered everything off, and you can highlight them when we've gone through all the submissions, and then ask staff to address. It just as each policy, after each policy. So we'll just do this group, and then we'll go back to staff to address for us. There's further information required for clarification. Pedestrian movement cycle facilities. Okay, Jane came in, number 18 came in to Zent. It's a policing issue, more than our issue.
I mean, in support of Jane, Te Aroha West has a speed of 60 k's. Manaroo, courtesy of past mayor, has a speed limit of 50 k's. Waitoa has a speed limit of 70 k's.
We'll just leave it at that.
And Adrian, perhaps these things need to be discussed, and certainly if they were talking about the camera of the road, different from after earthquakes, then that's something that we should be looking at. Perhaps not in this issue, but it's something that needs to be noted.
Yeah, and that's where these submissions are picked up, and they're documented formally within council's processes, so it's picked up, even if it is outside of scope. Okay, we've got 19, obviously. And of course, again, highways. And number 20, Triple Green. And again, it's talking about that 30k speed limit. We don't do it anyway, but it's still a speed limit that's realistic, perhaps, but we'll talk about that later. Highways, of course, 21. Sports everything. I'm concerned about the speeds of traffic. Toes, water. Especially concerns. Number 23, Rock Weatherford. It's self-explanatory. Extra schools. All the Steve came in and spoke. Again, it's highway. 26, Braden.
Yeah, I spoke to Braden last night, and I'm, after a conversation with him, I'm certainly in favour of what they would like to see the speed limit just on the way out of town there at Anderson Road, because we've changed the speed limit at Anderson Road North. We've done nothing with Anderson Road South. West Street has got a lot of young families with young kids in it now. School buses are starting to pick kids up from there. I've often gone over those railway tracks heading out towards Corinna Red Lines, and I'm going, holy, this seems so fast doing 80 k's here. So they would like, and he's spoken to his residents up and down that street, and they would kind of agree they would like to see it, if possible, shifted to 50 past West Street and then go to 80 k's, so that it encompasses West Street being 50 as well as that first section of Avenue Road South. As a compromise, they said 60 would be fine. They'd like to see 50, but yeah, and down West Street too, it's 70 at the moment. But again, there's no footpaths. The school buses drop the kids off. Kids are walking on the edge of the roads, and they're really worried about so many kids happening down in that little area. So
Dave, sorry, just for my clarification. So 50k on West Street, and then where it comes out on the avenue, going towards the top pub, 50.
Yeah, so if we push the speed sign to the Kuranui Road, being 80 or whatever it is, to the Kuranui Road side of West Street.
Yes.
So if you come out of West Street and turn left, that will be 50.
Yes.
And if you went out and turned right towards Kuranui Road, soon after that it would become 80, which is what it is now.
Yeah.
That's what they're kind of proposing. They would like to see happen.
So it makes sense because you've got the rec ground entrance there too.
So we can clarify that with staff. Obviously, the comment is to consider this in the next day available information.
Right,
So,
but from a
holistic view,
you've got the Grattan Road, you've got they're all roads that are on the periphery of the town, and that's what you're
it's a clarification that we're looking at.
And the circumstances of those roads are changing.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
yes.
And I think that's a general theme of some of the submissions. It's around zones rather than individual streets, maybe.
We're all at 50k.
That's right. Okay, so number 27. Again, that's school drop-off in Coronation Road that was highlighted in the submission this morning.
One question, I guess the Morrinsville team might clarify this. He says, I think we need to start thinking about making Thames Street a one-way from Canada to Stockholm and create spaces for slow traffic and seating areas in the centre of town. Which way do you make that?
You'd have to trial that.
Yeah. Is there capacity for that, do you think?
And I guess that's outside of this scope of this plan, but it will be captured.
It was certainly have been discussed in terms of landscaping of Morrinsville. That's quite a number of residents are keen on that. They're not really sure what direction.
And I guess it's outside of this plan.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, 28, Waltham School, which we talked about that, and there's been in the where it puts them in the train of B. 29 Carroll Ports. Yes, pedestrian crossings. 30, yes. And that was great. And that was again, we were talking about that before. I think the biggest thing is around the consistency of the speeds. That 50, 70, 80, 60. this is where we've talked about this before around too many different speeds. Yeah, exactly. 31, Kyoto School again. 32.
I think just on that 31, there's the staff comment here, wider enforcement issues are under consideration. So I think I'd like to know what that means.
Yeah, we've got that caption. Yep. No, we'll reduce speed. We'll go through. The comment here is around the highway and the trucks going through town. 33 came in online.
Yeah, I made a note about that and the comments on it. I think she was saying something about Coronation Road they don't have pedestrian crossings or something, but I was looking at that before they both had it, so I don't know if they're talking about just making those more visible or what.
It's pretty good. I think it's whether there's a pedestrian crossing down towards the intermediate. So
I don't think there is. I think it's just the one by David Street, and I mean, and which is arguably the more important because it's primary kids predominantly using that, and rather than intermediate type children.
It doesn't have lights or anything though, does it?
I don't think so, Sarah Jane. No, but it's pretty visible.
Sure,
Yeah,
they do have the volunteers around the school and that come out with the kids in the morning, put the barrier arms up, and it's really well controlled during the time the kids are going to and from school.
Okay.
It should be outside of those hours.
Sharon, you've got a comment?
Yeah, now I spoke with Alejandra yesterday, and the issue is, although there's a crossing down the side of the Morrinsville Intermediate, it's when they come out where the buses park in the bus bays. So what they're actually doing, they're coming out the gate, the parents are parking across the road, they can't get across, and there's also the issue of the Seals Road traffic coming out at the window of the street. So what they're doing, they're speeding up over the hump coming off Seals Road. By the time you've come up over the hump, you're right there where the kids are crossing. So, and I've sat there and I have seen it, and I do agree with her, there is an issue. I think it needs to
We can guide that. Yeah, we can clarify that, store that one for follow up. To get clarification from staff. Okay, then we've got fees. We'll understand what the speed is. We'll ask council around that. They talk about safety and MRI. Got number 35, that's pretty straightforward about instance on, so they may be considered part of the exploration. 36, Judy. And 37, Wally, agree. I think it's at school times it is particularly noticeable. I've had complaints of kids ducking out between buses.
Yeah.
That's the common one, is kids ducking out between buses on Smith Street. So we do need to
I think some of that comes from not having an actual crossing that's located for them to use as well. So it ties that up as well to have a crossing on the street.
It's also parents picking up the kids.
That's 37. Interesting as to which town she's referring to.
Yes, I saw that.
So where she comes from.
We're a quiet town.
Yeah. Well,
that'd be Tara. I was thinking.
Okay, number 38. That's all the comments there. 39. That's on scope. She, not the other roads. I think there's a general feeling just reading through agreeing like this is around schools, fine, but not the other road. MRI, yeah. And then mentioned, yeah. And comments on Echo Springs Road, Tower Road. Okay, 41. Two, agree. Farmer Road is in Waitoa, just to clarify that for people, not Farmers Road. Matamata. It's a residential area. That'll be in the next iteration.
They do go between 50 and 100 of Farmers Road. Particularly one motorway that doesn't consistent.
Okay, now 43 is grants and rules. Any comment from the to schools, 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 and 45. It should be during school terms. I guess this is the thing, isn't it, around managing speeds and school hours?
How much of speed management at schools is us? How much is the school? You know, because I know the school day finishes for the students at 3, but they're still next to the school, and if they're going to plan, you know, there's got to be some onus on the school as well to help improve the safety aspect, surely.
Yes, okay, we can get clarification on that. Okay, Martin, we came and presented, it was quite clear around Te Aroha, that was the highway to road.
He made some
road.
comments.
Yeah, and again, it was Whakakotahi's, it's where we've got a lobby, I guess, around our town and our zones, our reducing speed zones coming in.
That's probably one of the, I agree with what this person said. It makes a lot of sense to me. And my question is, what do we do with that from here?
So it's where Whakakotahi, we have to keep lobbying.
Yeah.
We haven't got any jurisdiction to shift the speed.
Well, it's valuable time we do this.
Okay.
I read this and it makes so much sense to me.
And it's all of our towns.
The 50k sign has to be moved out. This is probably the most dangerous one I can think of. The people are turning left or right into that road, turning left or right into the golf course, all in a 100k speed
Okay,
limit.
well,
And if we don't tell Whakakotahi, they don't know.
That's right.
They really do need to know.
So I could go and move the sign out.
No, you can't.
I could. Nobody would know for a
Do
year
it.
or so.
Okay,
Yeah.
number 48. NPNJ. She's got 70k, 67k, so we've got a more questions. Yeah, again, this is the zoning. Richard, teachers good. Timescales too slow. So I guess this is the challenge for us, is understanding the cost at what pace we go at and the rate impact on the ratepayer. So that's an interesting one. Agrees. Couple more pages. Again, the lack of pedestrian crossings for school and change. I guess with the Marae one, there's still a cluster of houses near Marae. You know, it's like a village. So we reduce the speed of the village. Marae is almost a village too, isn't it? If you're going to look at it in that comparison.
What would you do with Rangiiti, for example?
It's a highway, and that's one of the ones that needs to be addressed.
And it's got an underpass.
Yeah, it has got an
Yes,
underpass. But it's still got cars.
Yeah, the cars are going fast.
And cars trying to go in and out, and you've got the aerodrome as well. Any others? Yeah, the comment about Avenue Road. That was feedback. That was the second submitted that's mentioned that.
And I agree with his, even though it's Whakakotahi, but you know, where Peter lives, it does need to go back because it goes to 70.
Yeah.
10 meters and then,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. This one's logical. Obviously, I guess it's the understanding of what it means, our relationship with Whakakotahi, and the comments made has deferred responsibility for its speech to Whakakotahi. We haven't, it is not our jurisdiction. We can only lobby and advocate safer speed zones in our towns that are on our that run the highways run through our town.
So, sorry, at the very least, what we should be saying is, as a council, this is what we would like to see. We've lobbied Waka Kotahi and we've got nowhere, right? At least they know that we're advocating.
Yeah, and I brought it up in a regional transport committee meeting already. Anyway. I've already brought it up at a transport committee meeting.
Yeah, but the public don't know that you're doing that.
Yeah. Continue on. James, have you got anything?
I mean, just we'll finish the section.
Yep. Okay. Support. Yeah. Obviously the Marae again, and they're on highways. I think the challenge with lights, what kind of lights are we looking at when it comes to crossing? Because pedestrian crossing lights are not cheap to install, but anyway.
Lights are not cheap to take either, so, you know, got to.
Yeah.
Plenty of lights can be pretty well.
Yeah. Okay.
On the back of that one with the lights, I'm talking about around pedestrian crossings or whatever, but I see the speed humps come up a lot as well. Is there potential going forward if we put any more pedestrian crossings in, or the ones that are here, have them as raised pedestrian crossings, which will slow people down? I don't know, it might just, I was thinking, it might kind of, in some areas, kill two birds with one stone.
And that's where it's something can direct staff. Next question.
Sorry, they say something about.
Yeah, slows them down. Yeah, if it's main roads. Yeah. Okay. Highway. Yep. Okay. Last page. So we've obviously had John come in, and obviously had past experience in traffic safety around schools.
Very interesting.
What number are we up to?
Number 67. So page 65. Number 65. I didn't skip a page, did I?
Oh, no, sorry.
The speed management's not so good.
I did know. Adrian probably isn't his name, but I did know he said a couple of times, which I agree with. It's not a problem, don't fix it.
Yeah.
But I think what's changing is there are more people dropping the kids off at school and collecting them, and how that impacts on the traffic movements around schools and safety. And I think that's what it's from. But took the time to make a very detailed submission. Morton Wright agrees. Thanks.
Not off. Wayne, Jill Taylor, those, did you cover those?
Very quickly.
Oh, did you? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I just, sorry, the Marae ones, and I think the choice was around priority and timing.
Sorry.
So, yeah, so with that, now what are we asking staff? There's obviously a lot of stuff around what would you like to come up, Barry, and I guess it's the clarification around timing and the cost and the 10-year plan to do this work, maybe.
Yeah. A few things to weigh up.
There are. It's a big piece of work.
So do you want to start off with the first one, or the fire emergency, or?
I think we'll just fire some questions at you.
Well, I'll start.
Yep.
Maybe with Gretton Road. And we know the reading the submission, it makes sense to me. If you're turning from State Highway 26 onto Gretton Road, you've got to slow down to what? 15, 20 k's per hour. Then you can speed up to 100 kilometres per hour over probably about the next kilometre before you have to slow down to 70 as you get towards the corner of Paul's Road. So thinking about that, it just seems a complete nonsense to me. So why don't we just make it 70 right through there, and the same down Gordon Road?
Presumably, is it that it's a rural zone compared to like this? This is around zones, isn't it? This is the conversation. It isn't just Gretton Road. There's a few here, like with Avenue.
We've actually been suggested that we don't use the terms. Sorry. What Kotahi has suggested we don't use the term zone anymore, because we used to use the variable, they used to be called variable speed zones. So the terms no longer apply. So I suppose areas, speed areas is what they're referring to. But everything has to be kind of weighed up in context. with the surrounding environment. So we would need to go and have a look at it, review of what we've already put together, and consider whether it can be slotted in or whether we can look at it at the next level of opportunity, which would be, because remembering the plan's 10 years, so we go in 3-year cycles. So I know 3 years seems like a long way away, but we can either look at it now or we can look at it at a later stage.
Well, I think we should look at that one now.
I guess it's a no-brainer. But is it a no-brainer when you look at it comes down to you making that a priority straight off without actually considering what the other priorities are?
There's so many inconsistencies. I think that's the.
But it's a specific example in Te Ara, which in my mind it's just stupid. What currently exists is stupid. You're going from 70, you've got a kilometre of road where you can speed up to 100, and you've got to slow down to turn onto State Highway 26. Why can't this just be addressed and put in the plan now?
Has there been accidents there? A lot of this is driven around safety. I know what you're saying, but we've got lots of roads like that around the district that are exactly in the same boat. Are they a priority or are they something that can be pushed down? Because
it's only a matter of time before there is an accident. And to me, that's enough.
Yeah, and I think the more that they come up in these things, the more of a priority they should be.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it makes council look inactive and doing what can be perceived as a very simple job. So
but they're outside of this plan.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
I think if we can prevent any accident happening at that intersection, I mean, I'd rather not wait. I know that sounds really idealistic, but if we have a fatal accident, people are going to come back to us and go, we submitted, we've been vocal, what have you done? And then we look and it's as if we failed.
So perhaps before we're really making a decision is the question to Barry as to where he can fit in these other requests that sit on the fringes of the plan. Is that more?
If you feel very strongly about a particular road, that is a limit that's applied to a road, then we can certainly view it in the time frame. We haven't got a lot of time, but we can certainly investigate it and then come back and just make a decision before we move forward on the plan.
So I guess the thing is that it won't be just Grattan Road, it'll be Avenue Road, it'll be, this isn't, we're looking at one road in isolation.
Avenue Road South.
Yes.
We have had some discussions about Avenue Road South, so it's not completely new to us. And I think it's something that we can certainly consider in advance of,
Because my question was, yes, it's outside the plan, but obviously our role here is to promote, safety amongst other things in the district. But short of doing a Peter Day ring and shifting road signs around, or you were suggesting, what is the process? Like for example, I know when Wakakitahi came to us and said, hey, we want to drop the by a Homer Park from 70 to 50. It took 3 years for them to change those signs, even after we agreed to that, because I think it's got to be gazetted and stuff like that, doesn't it? So what happens on our roads if we say, hey, we want to change that? Do we have to go to those residents? I literally don't know.
No, we're right in the draft speed management plan now. This is the process. So what we're doing now is hearing from the public. So if we feel strongly about something, we can slot it in before the next decision-making time slot, then we move forward with the plan. Because this is feedback. Maybe relevant that hasn't been included, and it might not have been included either because it wasn't picked up, or alternatively, we consider it could wait. Okay.
Sure.
Because remember that we're going to get information over a period of time, and some of it will happen in 3 years, some of it will happen on the 8th year or whatever. This is a rolling program. But to get it going, we have to go in that draft phase to move into a final. We need to capture what we're going to start off with.
So some of these could be captured, and this is what you're saying.
Potentially,
Okay.
Yeah, I guess in that space, I'm looking at table 3, which is the speed limit changes in the consultation document, which has got all of the ones that we're proposing. And so essentially, if I understand correctly, is if out of this process, there are other roads that people want to have in that table, that needs to be communicated to them. Yes. Some of those will be Waka Kotahi jurisdiction ones, which we cannot do, and we'll make note of that, and we'll talk about the Waka Kotahi stuff separate. That's actually not part of this one. But if I understand correctly, basically, we need to reference table 3, and I don't know if we need to do it right now, but make sure that Barry knows by the end of the day, or whatever, if there's other roads that we want on there.
I think it's fair to say that
not limited to right now.
We've applied right from the beginning a targeted approach to how we're doing speed limit, speed management planning. Some councils have gone whole hog, so to speak, and they've done a whole lot of roads, but we've been very careful about how we selected certain roads. And this is the opportunity for the community to feedback with their thoughts. Now, there'll be things in here that we'll agree with and other things we'll disagree with. And there could be a timing issue. So it might be that we just hold off.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we don't see the impact of the changes that we're proposing until they've been put in place, and we can't see the benefits of them. So it doesn't mean that we have to do everything all at once. And what we're saying is, if there's another interim opportunity, let's wait for that, because sometimes the work that we're doing in conjunction with that stretch, we don't know the results of it until we've actually done it.
So, so my thinking around all of that is that for the purposes of the deliberations in 2 weeks, we want at least an addendum to table 3, where people have communicated the roads that they want the speed limit changes on that aren't currently in there, and that Barry is able to tell us in the meeting what the implications are, or how those can possibly be.
Yeah, for sure. That's totally fine. And we'd be quite happy to say, if it becomes a time restricted thing to get it into the final plan, then we might suggest that we pick it up at the next available iteration, which may be 3 years. But at the end of the day, this is a 10-year program of work. So I don't think it should hold up the plan necessarily, because, you know, this thing is potentially limitless. Like, you can add in as many roads as you like. But we have to draw the line. We have got limited resourcing.
Right. So we also have a situation where we've gone to consultation. Yeah. And if we don't take any notice of them, why have we gone to consultation?
Well, that's what we're here for.
No, that's what we're here for.
Yes, James' comment, I think this is where is there anything else we haven't thought about?
Yeah.
And this is one that we didn't really think about, but it's obviously got just a no-brainer.
So we'll as long as we've got it documented, we can consider that in the board context, and it may not fit in. Can we move on to table 4 for a second? Barry, which is safety infrastructure, and this is where the feedback that we've received has been considerable around Western Street, which is 4.3.5. So there's 2 proposed things. One is marked centre line and street parking. And the people that have talked to me are very supportive and appreciative of the effort. The one request, though, was could the marked centre line and street parking for the full length of Western Street come forward basically to this next 3-year term? What are the implications of doing that, so that when we get to 2027, 2030, we can decide whether, well, the community can decide whether there are other safety improvements. So that's just a shifting in timing. What are the implications of shifting the marking? Much sooner.
I don't consider road marking to be a massive change. Having said that, you know, everything's tradable in the program, and that's why we haven't been deliberate in saying this has to happen on a certain date.
Yeah.
Because we as we move forward, we have to look at the makeup of the available budget, what we can do, what we can't do. Some things will come to the front.
So I guess totally appreciate that, and that obviously I'm also open-minded when people are communicating with me, but that would be the pressure that I've received from the community. I'm really happy with what you proposed. Yeah. But I'd really like to see the marking come forward sooner. Yeah. A, so that if it provides any solutions, those are enjoyed. But B, so that the second piece of work, which is the other safety improvements, can actually be better informed and build on what's done there. So
I think in the scale of things, I think it's something we can talk about once the plan's in place.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, I am an apology for the next part, because I'm going to waste minimisation. Interestingly, it's on wastewater. I will be watching this screening later to be well informed for the 24th. So Thank you.
And we'll see you later. Thanks, Jane. I guess it's just because we give feedback to the people too. It's just like the air brakes thing. That's in Morrinsville. That was a note that was highlighted. So whether there's what can we do in that space? What's the what's outside this plan?
That's the side saying things that you.
Yeah, but we obviously give this some bit of feedback. So
Pretty much. I think, yeah. There's not a huge amount we can do apart from discourage discourage that behaviour.
So does anybody else want any other clarity around the speed plans?
I would like to stress with Barry of not losing that Kotahi issues, because yes, we've all got beatings on our head, but I don't want to stop that. I just think that
I agree with you.
we have to keep pushing stuff with them.
So we will feedback any comments back to the Kotahi manager that we deal with on a lot of the Road to Zero work. So the Road to Zero is the national strategy work and the actions and things. Sorry? It's just the name. Don't worry too much about it.
Okay. So is there any other, Bruce?
Yep, me again. I mean,
I see
I'm
Bruce.
entirely hit in camper because I support the submitter about Gretton Road, and I'm not sure what's happening with Gretton Road from here, from this discussion.
From the sound of it, you want more investigation into that. Now, as we move forward on this plan, we'll be able to give an indication of whether we can integrate it into the draft plan. In other words, push it through for final, or whether we need more time to develop our thinking on that.
Yeah, we're not in the decision-making space.
I don't see what the big deal is, or how it can be so hard to get it into a draft speed management plan, which in my mind is to improve road safety in our district.
And
it's being considered.
It's being considered. I'm not saying not.
So the priority is at this point in time is the schools. Is that not the right priority?
What's that for?
Just to make the road safer around the schools. That has
Haven't
been
we
the
got
first
that?
identified.
Haven't we got that in our plan though?
Yeah.
Yes, that is in
I'm just
there.
looking
But we can certainly consider this, and if we can slot it in, we can look at it for sure.
And also the Morrinsville Road as well.
Yeah, so this is where we're not making the decision that yes, we can do it. We are considering it, and Barry is being instructed to where he can fit these additional roads that have been identified in people's submissions to be.
The other consideration was saying, and I didn't care about what the Kotahi were, Tuipa Road, State Highway 26. And what the submitters put in here is as dangerous as anything would ever be on our roads.
Yeah, but it's not our jurisdiction, so we don't govern the road.
Yeah, we can't.
Make it our jurisdiction.
We lobby on on their behalf, and we have to. And like I said to you before, I mean, it took even with Waka Kotahi coming in to us here and saying, "Gee whiz, we think we should drop the speed limit to 50." Coming into Morrinsville on Highway 26, which we've been lobbying for. It still took on, I think it was 3 years before they could, that to gazette it. I mean, that was with both parties agreeing. Right now, we can do our submissions.
At the other end of Morrinsville,
It's the same
top pub, where they did shift the temporary. It is still showing temporary because it obviously hasn't been gazetted yet.
Well, the roundabout is temporary.
So we'll feedback those comments, as I mentioned before, through Waka Kotahi's area manager, and we speak with her on a frequent basis, and we'll channel those back, and we'll be lobbying for the change, but we don't have the jurisdiction to make the changes.
We hear back from you about the lobby.
Okay. But Bruce, I just need to, I'm conscious of time. I think you made your point, Peter.
Yeah.
Coronation Road is part of the school.
Yeah,
there is a reason why it's still at 50.
Okay, because what overrides all of our district and every other district within the country is a framework called the One Network Framework. So that is a classification for various types of traffic. So if you're in a very town centre environment where you have a lot of pedestrians, vulnerable users, then it's called a place environment because it's a place where people do their business or whatever, they shop and they do other things. when your road is a collective road, as Coronation Road is,
Take people out and then.
its function is more about movement than it is about place. So we're preserving it as a 50k an hour because we realise that the side roads are 40k an hour, and we can't apply the same treatment because it's got a different categorisation. That makes sense.
And this is what's impacting on that Alejandra one at the intermediate.
Yeah. So her comments are, we're definitely considering pedestrian crossings on Coronation Road. There is no question about that, and we are very careful about where we locate them. So what she's saying is not entirely correct. We have definitely been looking at Coronation Road. However, we don't want to shut it down because it's a movement corridor.
Yeah, just wanted to know the submissions on the what I changed speech around what they continue through the progress of the next month.
For sure, and we have those opportunities to have those discussions. So,
Just make it's not all about schools and Horizon. It's speed lowering speeds in our town centres as well. And establishing safer roadways, walkways, whatever around town. Matamata is a dreadful situation of having 3 main highways or 2 main highways and 3 of our entrances that are covered by the NZTO or whatever they call it.
But we're very mindful of that, and we this is an area we'll definitely be pushing for as well. And it's because we don't have the jurisdiction on Broadway, but we do have on Arawa Street and Pitana. So it's those connections that we want to shore up to make sure that we've got a good control over the key pedestrianisation.
Anywhere and the Tauranga entrance are all in the wrong places. 50k should be way further out.
Yeah, but again, that's what we're taking. Okay,
right.
is there anything else on the speed management? Because I think what we need to be doing is, rather than bringing the staff in at this point, we just go through our submissions, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll do the discussions after lunch. So I think that's, we'll just continue on to thanks, Barry. I think we've been quite thorough on the speed management.
Do you want to talk about this one?
Oh, if you want to mention any comments.
So I just made a few notes here. I think the key thing is that we're always keen to receive information, and I think Fire Emergency in New Zealand were good in putting this through to us. It's relevant. It is always about striking a balance. So we know that they have immediate response times, and we know that we have to preserve road safety. So, you know, they're always in our mind. We can't always agree on everything, but so that hence the balance. And it really comes down to what is the greatest risk. So once we have the layers and the designs, etc., and I have read through the designs and I understand what they're asking for, but it may not be as simple as what they're suggesting. So in other words, kick out all of your speed calming. Well, that is not in our view what we're here to achieve. But there will be some situations where we'll have to agree with them and say maybe we need to rethink this. So I think fundamentally it's a good, it's a good point to raise. Okay.
Thank you, Barry. So we'll just change tack a little bit, just go through the policy, and we'll bring the staff in afterwards. June. So we just went through the alcohol policy submissions. So there were quite a few. I'm going to take a look through them all. Very interesting. It's a really good engagement, actually. And obviously around specials and opening hours and acknowledgement of Laura's efforts, obviously, in the speech. I think Laura went out and did quite a bit of legwork in getting some feedback on the policy. We've got most of them are fairly self-explanatory. Get any comment through them all? Janet Miller, for explanatory. I guess these comments around the qualification in the business zone. You don't want them in your main shopping precinct, but on the fringes. So, but they use that's something we can consider.
Yeah, quite honest, I think one of them would actually want to be right in the middle because it's hard to park.
Yeah. And that's the thing, it's around accessibility. Okay, looking at the single sale drink, 7.
Well, collectively, there seems to be a desire to have supermarkets in line with
Consistent.
Level playing.
consistently.
Yeah, that seems to be the one that's come through. And I guess it's also, I think for some it's perhaps not fully understanding their licenses and how they operate. Some of the comments set outside of the office and the ons when you have club licenses, they are treated differently. There were some interesting comments around the specials and how we came to decide on that, and that was an administrative thing. Yeah, around, because you can only get, well, it's currently 15 and we proposed to move it to 18. I think the bulk of our specials are for bowling clubs and shows where it's low risk.
There's a comment that it costs, about the cost of specials and the times for specials. It's a real bugbear for the clubs to come up with them. You've got to give so much lead time, which I understand because they've got to go through slowly, but the cost of them are real hindrance to it. Just adds more administration to the club.
And I guess if they're a charitable organisation, they pay less than a business, a commercial business application fee.
We are quite lenient on circumstances, if they're right.
Which is great. There's the comment around statutory holidays. Is there anything else?
I was just going to say, well, Tina made some really good points around what she was saying, and we've sort of blanketed everything as far as on licenses go, and maybe there's potential to split up some of those lower risk ones to make it more easy for them to go into areas like Lockerbie and things like that without ending up with nightclubs and pubs there.
So we'll discuss that later. That's a key point that I think people are interested in. I think, there was definitely a treated quality. I thought it was interesting around the facades. There are a number of them talked about, and I guess it's your advertising. It talks about 50% and 25%. I presume that's around the advertising banners and stuff on the shop windows frontage. So something for us to consider there. Perhaps can that later. Yeah, there's definitely a consistency across all of them. And
buffer zones. Buffer zones,
yes. And whether we've adequately addressed those distances to sensitive sites, and of course whether we consider camping. That was a theme as well. There were a few of them talked about camping and how that might occur, and I think we proposed business zones to try and achieve that.
It's really where we could isolate funerals and a special. It's really hard to kind of plan everything. Because I'm going to take the streets given some sort of special exemption or fast track or not be counted in the number of specials are actually. Just like I'd be surprised if your club applied for it because we don't, and it's not worth it. By the time we fill it in, we should. But we should. Post it.
I guess it's understanding. We can talk about that later then and see what we understand the current rules around that to better understand where that sits. Save that for later. I guess just a few of them could see that this is about the responsibility of reducing harm.
Yeah, the one that makes sense to me actually, the policy is, one of the goals is to reduce harm. Same when it talks about us increasing hours of availability.
Correct.
Which is a bit of a contradiction.
It is.
We're going to talk about hours later on.
Later on, yep. Because we're not deciding today, but we can ask them for further information. It's taking the feedback.
I thought number 33 was enlightening. countdowns.
Yes, around the hours. Yeah, the cost of being open. Yeah.
Or just something else, or just, no, it's not the time, I was watching TV and they were talking about supermarkets with people walking out with trolleys and not paying, and there's nothing they can do and nothing they will do because you get into a circumstance where you don't know what, somebody's got a knife or whatever, so they have to let them go. So, yeah.
So then the other side of it also was around the buy now, pay later. There was some submissions around that. That shocked.
PayPal.
Yeah, no.
Oh, afterpay.
Afterpay.
Can you do that for alcohol?
You can afterpay
That's
alcohol. You
disgusting.
can also afterpay something from Starbucks if you really want to. Yeah. So you can get afterpay at bottle shops, vape stores.
So we need to ask that question in our.
Why don't this become norm? How that you just, it's a norm, isn't it?
Okay, all good. So these are some questions. So Sharon, have you got a
Just submitted number 19.
Yep.
Makes a comment, and a very good one, I think, that the Sale and Supply of the Alcohol Act 2012 is there for a reason. Why are the hours contradicting what that act is saying?
Yeah. So any further comment on alcohol? Okay, so now fees and charges, we had 20 submitters for that. And that was where we had the number 3, and that was where they had the partial removal of the appointment of the submission around the library fees. Just some clarification, obviously, around the soaring centre and the charges there. Might be an opportunity to better understand what's there. And I thought also in number 16, Peter Hickster, putting these proposals forward, it'd be good to have a more robust discussion document stating the reasons for making or not making these decisions, for proposing these policies, isn't it?
Yeah, they come up a couple of times too.
Yeah. There's perhaps not enough background information, because that was the thing with the library fees with the person that withdrew, is they found out, the council staff engaged with them, and that's when they withdrew it. So I guess there's an opportunity here for things to be a little bit more better explained. Which a lot of the stuff we do, and obviously in there's questions, and I guess that's the thing, isn't it? It's how much you put in the document and how much you can put for further reading, because we don't want to bore people.
Yeah, the other side of that coin though is if you get enough information in there, there's less of this to go through because the questions are answered before they're all submitting.
Few that are against library charges.
I'd like to know whether they use the library.
Yeah. Okay, and then so no other comment on fees and charges. Did anyone have any further? Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's the question we'll do later. We'll discuss it later after lunch. Okay, the solid waste management minimisation bylaw. There were some good submissions there. I think it's very interesting, and understanding processes going forward and just what it means. I thought Sean O'Neill talking about the 500,000 building, and if it's just a shed, you don't have a lot of waste when you build a shed.
No, looking at the scope rather than the role, so to speak.
Yeah, but then also on commercial buildings, if you've got office as attached to that, then that might fall into a separate category again, because it is the jib and the pig bats and all that sort of stuff is where the waste comes from.
But once again, looking at the scope is probably a good idea.
So that's something we can ask.
Yeah, but the issue is, 500,000 is the same as or less than a lot of the residential buildings now. They can, sell it.
And there are some builders that are already doing that. They are managing their waste. There are some of them are, but I thought it was interesting around the licensing fees, and obviously with government we'll clarify around that 2027 when that was happening, and is it annually or is it 5 yearly? And I understand there's some work being done there in that space. Looking at events, I wonder if we need to build greater understanding of what includes an event.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Ask the question, I think. It's easy to solve.
And I think some of the work's already been done, obviously, from what Steve's submission said around having bins and stuff. It's just how it's formalised into a plan.
I think it also needs to take into account when you've got the car shows up here. It's run as an individual, not as a business association or
Yes.
chamber of commerce.
So they have to have a plan.
That definitely have to be in the plan and process.
Because I think the risk is here, and I've seen it here in Te Anaka, is that our council bins will get filled. And they're actually, that's where the plan has to be in place so that it addresses it. And if there's anything that can be minimised, it might be that they don't use the rubbish.
It's having the resource to look after it.
Yeah. So they were the main points around licensing. I think with the wheelie bin situation, that it would take time to obviously replace those bins. I don't see it as being something that has to be done overnight. And good luck buying all those bins anyway in this market. But that's something we can talk to staff
I was
about later.
interested in Vince Anderson's.
Yeah.
That was.
As a small business.
That was very much.
Really big guy.
Yeah.
Is that he did make a very good point about the cost which he will have to put on. And okay, so I want that discussed.
Yep.
I do too.
Yep. Oh, it's understanding what it is exactly that's occurring.
I think what his concern might have been is that we'd be unfairly influencing the market to drive them out of business. Like, waste management and environment, they've got billions of dollars to spend. He doesn't. So I can see why he would have the feeling that we're unduly interfering in the market forces to, almost not by conspire against him, but to have a net negative influence on his business.
Yeah.
And then lawnmowers and gardens and things like that.
Yeah, I think this is what's taken out of.
On the bottom too.
Yeah, I think there's some things that have been taken out of too literally, and so we need to understand that. And then obviously the Facebook comments that I presume everybody has. Yeah.
No, I looked at them.
Yeah.
I thought they were wrong.
I
So.
Obviously, you know, it's not very busy at the RSA, Kevin.
Hey. You went and guess RSA is not very busy.
Okay, so we'll then just move on to policies on the remission of postponement of rates. I guess again, it's really the understanding of why this policy was put up for consultation and how we address the changes in the food collection. I think there's some good engagement overall, and we'll discuss all this later on, get further direction. So now adjourn the hearing, and I'd just like to thank everybody for their submissions. We had a good amount of engagement. So we need to now Yes. So we will now move into our agenda item for the recommendation to be passed. So that is items 4, 5 and 6 in your agenda, that we consider all submissions received, that we request further information and clarification from prior to the council meeting on the 24th of May for the adoption of the policies and documents, and that council staff are authorised to make any minor amendments needed prior to the council meeting on the 24th for the adoption of the policies and documents. So if someone would like to move that.
Yeah, I'll move.
Thanks, Caleb. Seconder. Thanks, Sarah Jane. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Okay, we will now. Yes, we'll do lunch. Yep. So we'll now break for lunch. Well, they've got like that.
Can I just ask a quick question? From the remission and breakdown, private lanes and right away, they are being picked up from. Would that include like a big long and things like that? Long reasons consent. Yeah. Okay. So just anything that's a lane right away. Yeah, and it'll be picked up at the collection, a great collection.
Okay, so welcome back. Those listening online, we're now back live streaming for item 7.2. Sorry that we're a long way behind schedule and shuffling things around. So we are now on the annual plan consultation document and underlying information. Thank you.
So annual plan, just a summary of the budget details. Obviously in our long-term plan, we signalled to the community that the rates increase would be 11.8% this year, particularly driven by the changes to the curbside collection contract. We never predicted the level of inflation that's occurred since then. So that's particularly driven that increase we're looking at now, 16.9% in our budget. If you look at the nature of the what's driving our rate increases, there's not a lot of room to move there. We feel staff, we've been through everything we can to try and make reductions where we can without affecting the level of service that you've agreed with your community, which needs to be done through a robust process. So that's something in the LTP we will address. So really I'm here if you've got any further questions on the financials.
Any questions, anybody?
Stand silent.
Yeah.
I was just trying to find the list of
The first?
the well, not the summary of
It's in it.
why the cost is going to be what it's going to be.
No. Yeah, that was good.
Designed to the fact.
I think it'd be quite good for us to have a list of what we still will be doing, like if there's any capital stuff that is, because you've got a list of deferrals, but what are we still doing? I think too, so that we have that clarity in our minds of what's.
So the capitals and renewals, yep, I can send that through.
This is your Excel spreadsheet, Lamia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we've obviously seen the draft documents.
Yeah, I thought perhaps we could just go through the draft consultation document briefly and just make sure that we're all comfortable with that so that we can get that finalised. So this is just so you're clear on what we're talking about. This is the one that's got the imagery on the front cover. So we've got a welcome from myself and Adrian, just setting out that context around the rates increase and the pressures that council's facing. We have set out quite clearly and transparently, hopefully, the change from what we predicted in our long-term plan against the draft budget. And we've set out what's driving those increases. So we've got the curbside collections, the transfer stations operations, and following your direction, we've included what those current costs are for the curbside services in terms of the purchase of rubbish bags and the changes there. We've talked about the electricity costs, the impact of inflation, water supply, and then we've provided a breakdown of how that would affect the different kinds of properties. So you've got an example of an urban property with 800,000, a lifestyle property, a rural property at greater value, and also a commercial property example. And then at the end of the document, we've just reiterated our overall proposal of what council's proposing for the coming financial year, with an option for people to give feedback on any alternatives or any other thoughts that they have that that council can consider. And the feedback period, we're looking at starting on Monday, and that will run through until the 26th of May. And then we'll bring all this back to you at a hearing on the 7th of June. So we'll have an extra council meeting that day to go through all the feedback that's come in. So yeah, really what we're seeking today is, if you're comfortable with the consultation document, we would need your approval of that. And your approval of the draft annual plan as the supporting information. You'll note in there that there was a couple of sections that hadn't been yet completed, so we will make sure that we round that out for you before this gets released as part of the consultation. Yeah, happy to take any questions.
So I thought it was a friendly document. I thought it was nicely written, you know, as friendly as it can possibly be under the circumstances. I did like the bit, if you've read this far, that was after the bit I read about how much you're putting my rates up to, which I did choke about. When you see that in black and white, as a old single lady in a house, just mentioning that. And no, I thought it read really well. Yeah, it's nice.
So just one clarification just around the deferrals, and just with the Matamata Indoor Sports Facility. Now that is projected to, like, it's been community driven, and potentially it will be underway this time next year before. So how does that work?
Well, it won't be capital. Well,
no, it won't be finished. So that's when you capitalise it.
Yeah.
You can spend the money, but not capitalise it. Okay, because that's a technicality to understand. Thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I guess that's the thing, is that the money can be spent, and it's just around the capitalising of it and then attracting depreciation. Cool, thank you. Any other comments?
Others really good. I don't really have any issue with it. I guess a little bit of thing that I got confused with at the start, and take this or leave this, might not have a better way, but when it went on with what's driving the increases, and the curbside collection was 19.8% of the increase, and the transfer stations 11.7%. But it took me a little bit to get that percentage of the 16.9. It's not the 11.9 to 16. It's just that thing there. And once you understand it, is really good. But it just takes a little minute to get your head around what that's referring to. I don't know if there's a way you can clarify that, but you know, that would be the other thing that
could a pie.
Yeah.
A pie would be
something like that. I think might just read a bit.
Just as a visual, yeah, because you did right. It's for people to understand that you're only talking about the increases. Bruce.
I was just looking at the summary of what was driving it. You've got 1.7 million in salary and wage increase. And it's for a number of things. And it also says in here that 6 additional positions funded from increased fees and charges, better off funding. Now, how much of the better off funding is being used in salary and wage increases, which I didn't know that we'd approved any money on the better off funding?
Well, it's going to 150k, if you is right, for operational expenses.
Is that 150k that's in there?
Yes, we we allowed 150k, if you remember, in the budgetary process for operational expenses out of the $1 million a year allocation that we've assumed that will be spread over a period of 5 years. There is a paper coming to council in May.
This month. Yeah. So that's the 100. That's the 15% that we've.
Yeah, 15%. Right. For operation.
Right. No, it's just that I still want to see where we're providing the better off funding money going. So 100. So of the 1.753, 150 is better off funding money.
Well, yeah, because the rest of it is budgeted as capital.
Each year.
Yep. I mean, there'll be some personnel costs, say, for example, a project manager who if, let's say let's say we get the go ahead to close off one of the streets in Morrinsville after we've undertaken a trial.
Yeah.
We decide to go ahead with physical work. The personnel that will be involved in delivering that
we'll have
will be able to be capitalised. No, they'll be able to be, if they're delivering on the capital, they'll be able to be capitalised. So staff aren't excluded, or personnel costs are not excluded from capital. It's just the point at which you can justify that being capital.
I just keep getting asked, what are you spending your $4.32 million on? And I said, I haven't seen a definitive list.
And that's coming, a report will be coming on that end of this month.
That's where I'm coming from.
Right.
And without making a meal of it, some of the reason we got, and we've said before, some of the reason we got the Transport Choices funding, which is also offsetting calories, was successful because of the POP process we have been through.
Any further
questions?
Yeah, sorry, not a question so much as a compliment. It looks fantastic. The colour choice is excellent and it fits in with our colour scheme naturally. And small things like the font, it doesn't read harshly. And I think, yes, things will go down really well. So thank you very much for your work.
Really? You think it'll go down well?
Well, the decorations will, but let's not talk about the numbers too much. Yeah, it looks pretty. That's going to make it a lot easier to see.
Yeah, because initially, Jenny's mural message, it was a bit positive, so we made it a little bit more very subdued.
But it looks really good. It's a great presentation, and the quality of it's really, really awesome. The content we can argue about, the way it looks is splendid. Really well done.
I think the biggest, even to explain it in a way that it is what it is, and I think it is well done given the short turnaround and weekend work.
Just one point of clarification.
Put your light on, thanks.
Yeah. We've got a total rates increase of 16.9. Now, are we clearly indicating that's going to be an average rate increase across the property? Because when you get this $800,000 example, it comes out, of course, at 18.9%.
So 16.9 is the high of how much?
We need to emphasise that it's going to sort of be the average. So do we say in here that, your property might be more than that or less than that?
Well, it's in there. I think the challenge is the services.
That's right. So if you look at the table there, the first one says, to meet these rising costs and continue to deliver on our services, we need to collect 16.9% more in rates. How much each property will pay depends on the services that we've seen. So it does give that context.
Thank you.
Yeah, because a lot of it is services, unfortunately, and there's no discounting curbside collection and water. That's why the towns are being.
I suppose the only thing I keep here is the little old lady you just told me that I'm paying 16 point.
Well, yeah, that's the rates rise.
I know, but that's what I mean. We know what we're talking about, but out there, you're looking at it and go, you just told me, and now it's 18.9.
In the past, we've split it and said X percent increase in general rate and X dollars in targeted services rate, as opposed to giving a total figure. Now,
so does that help?
Yeah, I just feel that we know what we're talking about, but you look at this and you'll go, but you just told me.
Potentially, because the bulk of it is in the targeted rate, so maybe it does need to be more explicit. Because it is
16.9% total. General, or if there's nothing untruthful in presenting it as a general rate rise of X and targeted service cost rise of Y. I don't know whether
or just affects different properties in different ways.
Potentially in a couple of places where the rates increases are referred to, like proposed total rates, maybe it could be proposed average rate increase, or the wording could just
average is
a little bit.
Average is really hard to stretch.
Yeah, average is really hard to define.
Right.
Jen, what do you think about splitting the rate into general and targeted service to explain that figure.
That would just be a different way to show it to what we have. So the reason we've shown them as a table and broken down each row was based on councillors' feedback, that it's actually really helpful to see, oh, okay, well, 2% for wastewater, that sounds reasonable. Oh, 15% on the UAD. Yeah.
I suppose from a spin doctor perspective, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, it's
Nothing wrong with a spin.
no, it's all about presentation. The first figure that people see will be the figure that they stay with for the rest of the 2 months, that it will be cemented in their brain, and you'll never be able to remove it. So once you state a figure, that's it.
I'd suggest based on this feedback, we could certainly make that first introduction part stand out a lot more, that this will impact different property types differently and break down what the general rate increase is, and what various services are increasing by.
Yeah. And you could even put the services there, I suggest it, not trying to be a comms professional, in dollar terms.
What would happen if you put an average urban property of 700, something like that?
We can include as many or as few.
No, just not few, but change the 800.
So the 800 was based on.
I know. But in today's, there's a real estate agent in the room.
I was thinking the same thing, mate. I mean, 800,000 is pretty average for say Matamata, but 500, 700, a million, I don't know, what is the difference?
So the only thing that I'd say to that is that because the targeted rate is the same, whether you've got $1.5 million property or a $400,000 property, the percentages get distorted on the value.
That's what worries me.
So that's one,
is 21%.
that's one reason to give the targeted services a dollar value as opposed to a percentage value.
Which one would be higher?
Oh, I mean.
Lower value.
The low value probably going to be higher because of the services.
There's like 561 cents.
Is that what the targeted rate's going to be?
Yeah, for that $800,000 property. 500.
Like all of the target rates together?
How much? The proposed increase.
Total increase for an
Total increase for targeted rates is 379.
370. So the general rate goes up by.
Yes, I know, but what I'm going to look at is how much more I'm paying, which says $561.
But that'll vary according to the value of the property.
And we do say that in the presentation. Take 150 off that.
That's something going.
Just to get a clear steer, is there an appetite to put in an example for a $500,000 property and a $900,000 so that we're showing more variation?
I just thought one residential property is kind of like not really saying anything.
Yeah, whether we did put a 500. Mind how much, but the thing is, there's other houses in the town, in the district that are 500,000.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be many, but there would be some, and I think they sometimes are the ones that need
We've
to.
done quite a few in the.
They'll be sitting at 20%.
We have included the 500,000 example in the full annual plan.
Full annual plan.
We can.
So this is just yeah. So that's where you capture it in the full annual plan.
If people want to delve into that.
Yeah. That would be a good way of addressing it without making the document too cumbersome.
I suspect the $500,000 is going to be 20 something.
It is.
So the other thing people will be able to do is search for their own property on the website and see how it will specifically impact their own property.
Yeah.
And we're showing that in dollar terms, but we're also showing that as a graph so that they can mouse out, go, oh, this colour has jumped a lot, hover over it and see, oh, that's the curbside collection. So trying to get a bit more interaction and that level of granular detail.
End of the day, you can't fudge what it is. It is what it is.
The oldies don't have access to that technology.
No, they don't, but it's giving them the option. Yeah, people.
They can go to the library. If people know how to use a device, they can be shown at the library. The staff will help them. So there are ways they can come into the council office.
I might be wrong, but sometimes using percentages creates quite a different impression to $2. because, you know.
We've given both.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what it
yeah,
is.
yeah, I know.
I guess it's a conversation we have all the time, and it's, you know, like it's a pretty interesting space to find ourselves in, but like, I think we've played it as clearly as we can around the short-term decisions and the decisions that we make that could affect the future. So this was Sharon, you've got your light on.
I think we also need to make it clear that this does not include the Waikato environment rates, because people that are new here may not understand
From Auckland,
that
because it's
concept.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
yes.
just that figure's not, yeah.
Peter.
Looking to the future, 12 months out, what's the expected? Nothing else changes. What's the expected percentage rate increase for 24-25?
No.
3, 9.
That's quite a difference.
What is it, please? Sorry.
We risk it going out tonight. If we
About
kick the
9%.
can. If we kick the can.
Because people might ask that as well. They will.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Because that'll be part of the long-term plan conversation anyway, so we can't actually define it. Now, it's set in a plan.
And our last long-term plan, yes, year 4.
Great.
Was it?
It was under 6.
Under
You're
six,
talking
yeah.
about the increase from the previous year as well. So because we're having such a big increase this year, unless inflation was regarding it's going to be lower.
So if we say 20, they'll love us when it comes out at 6.
But anyway, I guess the long-term plan is where this conversation, because if we're going down this track, this is where the community have a say in what levels of service are acceptable to them. Whereas we can't debate long-term services, how many times the public toilets get cleaned and how much the grass gets mown and those sorts of things. So we're caught in this last year.
We've tried to tell that story.
Yeah.
Those things are just.
Okay, so is there no further discussion? Because we can go to the recommendation, which is that the report on the annual plan consultation document and underlying information be received, and 2, that we adopt the underlying information.
Perhaps if I can maybe just suggest on that, we've just got those couple of updates to make. Both the discussion that you just had on the consultation document, but also you know, within the full annual plan. That's just making some provision for staff to amend that and update that before this consultation commences. So just reflecting on that, number 2.
Yeah. And then the number 3 is council adopts the annual plan consultation document consultation. Does anyone happy to move that? Just dying to do it.
I'll move that.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Seconded Dane. All those in favour, please say aye. Against. Carried. And I guess the biggest thing is for us as councillors now going forward with this is that we all need to have a really strong understanding of what it's about, why we're where we are, so we in ourselves have the credibility around understanding this work that's been done. Because to go through this consultation process, you know, it's pretty tough. I don't think we've ever been in this position before, so I'm not going to guess what it's going to be like.
Twice as long to go through the circle.
So online shopping, you reckon? Yeah, but this is where we found ourselves. So thank you everybody for your thoughts and engagement in this, and fire on through with the process.
So just one late quiz. Depreciation, is that mentioned in these costs? I missed that. Was it there? Is it not there?
We've called it asset replacement costs.
Done very well.
I don't believe we've used the word depreciation through the whole document.
Which is why.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's a asset depreciation. Cool. Oh, with that, I think that's our last item on the agenda. Well,
thank you.
Call the meeting closed.